Good afternoon, Council, public who are here today. I welcome you to the Council agenda and our meeting of Monday, July 22nd, 2024. And Councillor Perry will start the meeting off by reading the land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. The Council of the Town of Collingwood acknowledges that we lead a community located on the ancestral and traditional lands of many Indigenous peoples. Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Wendat, Ganyang, Gihaga, and Métis, just a few of those who are generously sharing knowledge about the history of these lands before European arrival, as well as the truths of our shared history. We seek to continue to learn and grow in these relationships in honor of truth and reconciliation.
Thank you. We have a recommendation before us to adopt the following motion: that the content of the Council agenda for July 22nd, 2024 be adopted as amended, and there's 3 amendments. Item 7.2.2, PRC 2024-07, Collingwood Arts Centre Feasibility Study Phase 3 report and alternative recommendation added. Item 7.2.4, P 2024-16, Panorama Draft Plan Extension, updated the attachments in the staff report. And thirdly, item 10.1, Emergency Management Plan, updates related to heritage, and that's been removed. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Potts, Councillor Ring, any changes, comments? All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest today? Councillor Houston.
Thank you. Item 7.2.2, Collingwood Arts Centre Feasibility Study Phase 3 report. As a director of an organization which has an interest in space in the 44 here Ontario Street building, I have a disqualifying interest in the matter and will not be participating in the discussion or voting on the item.
Thank you. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. My declaration is going back to our last meeting with respect to in-camera agenda item 4.1, the naming consideration. And so it is a non-pecuniary code of conduct declaration regarding the second part of the naming consideration specific to timing. I recused myself due to a previously declared conflict.
And so is that with respect to approving minutes of a previous meeting, or?
No.
Where does that come up here?
No, it's already been noted in the draft or the draft minutes, yeah. But because I made the declaration in camera, it's my responsibility to come out and publicly declare.
Okay, so you don't have to excuse yourself from this agenda for any reason.
Nope, I do not. This is going backwards.
Got it. All right, if anyone else finds themselves in that position during the meeting, please let me know at the time. Community announcements, and we'll start with you, Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I wanted to do a shout out to staff. Very appreciative of the public's participation at the Side Launch Piazza opportunity that was available a couple of weeks ago. The consultant and the staff's thoughtful and informative response to the many questions raised was excellent, I thought, and very helpful for me. I'm sure it's also going to be useful for us as we move forward on this initiative. So there was hundreds out. I just really wanted to thank staff for such an excellent event. I also wanted to do another shout out to staff regarding something coming up with the recent passing of Frank McNulty that I spoke about last meeting, a major community supporter of the blues and jazz community, which is so strong here. Fittingly, PRC staff are working with a group that's interested in holding a tribute for Frank McNulty at the station next Wednesday, July 31st at 6 p.m. And the last thing I had was beginning tomorrow, July 23rd, at Heritage Park Community Garden from 11 to 12. People can come out and harvest fresh vegetables and can play at the mobile park play area. Harvesting opportunities will occur every week at that time through the rest of July and all Tuesdays in August. And the mobile park play station will be there for the initial event and then they're mobile throughout the community, and they'll be there from 10:30 to 11:30. And the alternate sites for the rest of the summer, you can get that information on the Engage Collingwood page. Thank you very much.
Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Just to say how much I really enjoyed one of the only show I was able to get to for the Collingwood Music Festival, and that was the young pianists, the laureates, and they were just phenomenal. And I think if you didn't have an opportunity to take in a show, to take in at least one, mark the week out of your calendar right now, because they were spectacular. And I think that's it for me, other than I've really enjoyed a lot of community events and looking forward to side launch days, which I know everybody's going to be hearing a lot more about. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Doherty. Thank you. Councillor Houston.
Thank you. Nothing to add at this time.
Thank you. Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Mayor Hamlin. I have one recognition. 17-year-old Our Lady of the Bay student, Maya Knights, will be traveling, and I believe she's actually there now, to Bulgaria for the Junior World Championships, while also qualifying for the Olympic Hopes Regatta this September. The canoe sprint Olympic Hopes Regatta will take place in Hungary, which features 24 of Canada's top U16 and U17 paddlers. Maya has a diverse sports background, competing at the OSA level for cross-country running, Nordic skiing, swimming, and along with flag football and soccer. Maya has also been a competitive swimmer since age 6 with the Collingwood Clippers Swim Club. Just want to shout out to the town of Collingwood is proud of what Maya has done and to date, and wishing her the best of luck. And we're certainly all cheering her on. Thanks.
Wow, World Championships. That's good. Thank you for that. Yes, go ahead, Councillor Mair.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. This is the time where I'm normally haven't got anything else to say because everybody ahead of me did. So I made sure I wrote lots down. I guess I'm going to be here for a while. Anyways, just a quick reminder, Mayor Hamlin and members of council will be hosting another Spark in the Park on Tuesday, July 23rd, tomorrow at 7 till 8 at Harborview Park. Bring your own lawn chair along with your questions and ideas. Spark in the Park is for residents who wish to chat with members of council about municipal matters they want to discuss. The town's communication division is working on upgrading the main website, www.collingwood.ca. This project includes upgrading the website's platform, which will significantly improve accessibility, navigation, and search functionality. The town's website is a primary resource for community members to find information about the council and how to engage with them, municipal services and programs, property taxes, and much more. Before embarking on the design of the new website, we want to hear from the community. Please share your ideas using the idea tool on the project page at engage.collingwood.ca /website/refresh. Or email communications at collingwood.ca by 4 p.m. Friday, August 2nd, 2024. Ideas can also be provided to Service Collingwood at 97 here Ontario Street, or by calling 705-445-1030. On July 18th, I had the pleasure of touring the Simcoe County Supportive Rapid Rehousing Program facility, better known as SSRP, at 199 Campbell Street. The county's SSRP is a temporary program designed to assist individuals to transition from homelessness into permanent housing within a short period of time, typically 180 days. The Collingwood facility will be available for people aged 55 and older who are considered low-risk individuals who have been impacted by the situational homelessness. Also on July 18th, it was a thrill to attend the 20th anniversary celebration of the Collingwood Paddle Club, which was held at the Watts Boathouse on 25 Heritage Drive. This event was very well attended, and I once again would like to congratulate the club and all its members for a very successful 20 years and wishing them many more years in the future. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's arts, arts, arts. Last Wednesday, I was, along with my wife, fortunate enough to attend blues at the station, or jazz at the station. I have to be corrected on that, where Jack de Kaiser really rocked the house, or the park, if you will. If you've never seen or heard Jack, you really should. As far as numbers, I would estimate there must have been 400 or more people there. It was really quite extraordinary. I know this because as a member of the Museum Advisory Board, I can tell you that 205 of those 400 plus patrons utilized the museum's washrooms, an excellent indicator of support. Then moved on last Friday night to hear the Mudmen and Paige Nelson, I believe it was, from Owen Sound. Again, I'd heard of the Mudmen. I'd never actually seen them before. And my goodness gracious, a Celtic or Celtic rock group with count them, two bagpipers. Just extraordinary. And a shout out to Collingwood's very own Rosemarie O'Brien, who, if she wants another career, could fill in, shall I say, for a top 40 DJ any day. Last but not least, this Thursday, 6 o'clock, again at the amphitheater, we can hear Shakespeare with Much Ado About Nothing. I recommend everyone to come out to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. If you're worried about running out of announcements, try sitting in this seat. The library's teddy bear picnic is just around the corner. Kids are invited to bring their favorite teddy or stuffy for a story, songs, and indoor picnic. Beverages and snacks will be provided while supplies last. This is a drop-in event on Friday, August 9th at 2 p.m. Also, the library's English for Beginners sessions are made possible with funds from the Simcoe County Social and Community Investment Fund grant. These sessions are offered every Thursday from 6 to 7 p.m. This program provides newcomers a safe place to connect with others, practice English, and build their confidence. You can register through the library website at collingwoodpubliclibrary.ca. Thank you.
Okay, what about sitting in this seat? I'm just going to say we were fortunate enough to have our Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Paul Callander, reach out to us very recently to ask for a meeting, and with our CAO, Sonia Skinner, and myself. So that meeting was this morning, and with our MPP. And suffice it to say, we spent an hour talking about mostly how we can enable housing. Both here and in New Tecumseh. But we also took the opportunity to explain all the things that we need in our community, some of which will advance during the AMO conference, of course, this summer. So the opportunity to give him a full rundown of why our community is so awesome, and hopefully he'll be back. So just wanted to say that. Thank you. Now we're going to move on to deputations. We have 3 here this morning or this afternoon. The first one is EPCOR's semi-annual council update, and I believe Darren McCrank is going to speak to us. Please come forward.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Good afternoon, councillors, staff. With me today, I've got some other members of EPCOR I'd just like to quickly introduce. We've got Ted Burrell, who's our general manager of our hydro operations, Tim Hesselink, our senior manager of regulatory, Jody Wilson, manager of our GIS, and we got Amit Horn, who's our electrical engineer on staff. So thanks very much for asking EPCOR to come back today. The main topic that we're going to address today relates to electric vehicle integration within the Collingwood community. And was on a call recently with CEO Skinner where she said, that it is the council and the staff that are often presented with that question from the public. Why are we supporting these EVs if we don't have the infrastructure to handle it? It's a question being asked everywhere, of course. So I think it's worthwhile for us to dig into that question a little bit. Next slide, please. So the agenda that we're going to go through is I'm just going to quickly highlight some of the key electricity policy issues that we have in Ontario today. We'll discuss EPCOR's approach to EV integration. As always, we like to do a bit of a comparison of where our rates are in comparison to our peers. And then finally, I'd like to raise a topic around the Town Hydro Advisory Committee. Next slide. So we showed this slide the last time we were here. It shows all the important issues that the provincial government or the agencies of government are leading, all very much tied to the energy transition that's unfolding as we speak. So at this particular meeting, we'll dive into, as I mentioned, EV integration, one of these topics that the OEB is dealing with. Next slide, please. So again, we showed this slide the last time, but just to highlight how EPCOR is approaching grid transformation. When it comes to EV integration, we're really playing in all three of these areas. We're trying to understand what the load growth is going to be. We're looking at our solutions to manage that load growth. And of course, we're looking for ways to enable our customers to make that transition as well. Next slide, please. Let's begin with looking at our current state and what our short-term approach is. So as of March 2024, within the L9Y area code area, we had 401 registered EVs. April 2023, that number was 271. So is this a 50% annual growth rate, or is this a 100 EVs a year growth rate? We really don't know. Very, very hard to predict. Just last week, of course, Ford company announced that the Oakville plant will not retool to make EV trucks. So it seems that the transition may be at this point looking to be slower than anticipated, but as we know, that can change quickly. Now, fortunately, EPCOR has data analytics that allow us to understand the issue. We can determine the location of EVs by looking at the charging behavior. We can identify where our residential transformers, the small box you might see in front of your house, where those are being overloaded. That'll be the first bottleneck point with EV integration. One of the things that we have as a benefit is that all new services going in will be 200 amps. And historically in Collingwood, due to the electric heating history, we've actually got some additional capacity associated with the days of which we were building infrastructure for electric heating. So the short-term approach, and when I define short-term, I'm talking about the next 5 years, is to continue to proactively identify where we're seeing some overloaded transformers, and we'll change those out for some larger ones. We'll continue to rebalance our system, looking for ways to offload feeders that are seeing EV load pickup to feeders that may not have EVs picking up in the same rate. So in summary, we feel we have the capacity and the tools to manage this short-term uptick. The variable, of course, as I mentioned, is the speed of adoption. Next slide, please. We thought this would be interesting just to demonstrate how we're identifying where these EVs are. This is just a graphic of a EV, or of a household loading. And you can see some significant uptick traditionally in the evenings. And this is indicative of an EV charging. And it's a signal, you can't see the numbers there, of course, but the load for this particular house increases quite rapidly while it's charging an EV. So you can imagine if you have a street full of these, that we'd be in a situation where we'd be changing out that residential transformer. Next slide, please. Over the longer term, defined as perhaps the next 5 to 20 years, EPCOR's approach is to convert the system to a higher voltage. Higher voltage increases the energy delivery without having to change the conductor size. So in the municipality of Collingwood, today we have 4.16 kilovolts. We'd be looking to increase that to 13.8. Main message being that increase the voltage, convert the voltage, we can increase the capacity on the system. We plan to file for this in our next distribution system plan, which would be targeted for 2028. Other longer term options that are available include things that are under pilot right now in Ontario and in other jurisdictions around the world, of course, is looking at something we call the distribution system operator. What that looks like is EPCOR acting in a way where we're turning on or off people's solar panels on their roofs or batteries in their garages to help offload and balance congestion. Another opportunity is the use of demand management on charging infrastructure. That household that had the charger that was aggressively charging their vehicle at night, perhaps there's a way we can slow that down and manage that charge over a longer period of time. Of note, these solutions will also aid in the integration of electric heat pumps. Another thing on the radar. Next slide, please. So the key message we want to deliver is that EPCOR is able to track EV integration and loading behavior. We have the tools and solutions in the short term to keep up with the anticipated pace. However, in the longer term, with increased electrification, electric vehicles, heat pumps, the load demand coming from things like artificial intelligence, we will require some significant system upgrades. And I thought this quote was relevant. The CEO of Hydro Ottawa, just to say that we're not alone, of course, in this challenge, saying that there will be historic capital investment required to meet the soaring demand of electricity. Next slide, please. We thought it was also pertinent to just give a quick update on system planning in association with thinking about EV loading. So this past spring, we conducted a loading study based upon the known developments taken from the Collingwood Planning Services website as of January 2024. Next slide, please. The key conclusions from this system loading study: line loading remains within capacity. However, we will eventually need a new substation to feed the developments in the west. We're talking about the Panorama Mair Mills developments. Our existing infrastructure can handle phase one. We're looking at what we would need for phase two and further developments in the west. Another key note to highlight from a system planning perspective is that in January 2025, Hydro One will be leading a regional study that'll look at growth over the next 10 years. We anticipate that to have a deeper look at all the impacts of electrification in the region. Next slide, please. So we always feel it's worthwhile to review the competitiveness of our rates. So we showed a similar graphic looking at 2023 rates. So this is updated to look at 2024. Some of our comparator utilities have completed their rate filings with the Ontario Energy Board. And we can see that we're still very competitive to our peers. Next slide, please. So finally, in the preparation of this presentation, we felt that this was a lot of information. I only had 10 minutes, so I had to be very quick and continue to be so. But given the impacts of the energy transition on our collective customer base, it begs the question whether perhaps there's a need for a different forum, for a more fulsome discussion on some of these types of topics. Our operational teams with the Town of Collingwood staff do have a utility coordination meeting where they talk about the in-year projects and the interactions that those have on our streets. And those are managed well. However, we felt it may be worthwhile revisiting a forum to cover more strategic items, such as what we just talked about, EV integration and the impact that'll have. So our initial thoughts for a town advisory committee, and of course, this was a committee that was existing following the share purchase agreement to handle that transition, but it was effective. And it had some good discussions and good conversation. How we see the scope is discussing key electricity policy issues like we did today that are under consultation. Collaborate on some of the strategic initiatives, ensuring alignment and vision. Discuss community investment priorities, volunteering opportunities, and just overall coordination of the roles the town and EPCOR play for the people of Collingwood. As important as what would be in scope, it's also worthwhile to discuss what we don't feel would be in scope. And of course, financial and operational review and oversight of the utility wouldn't be part of the committee. That oversight is, of course, provided by the EPCOR Board of Directors and the Ontario Energy Board today. So respectfully, we request that the staff be directed to revisit with EPCOR the establishment of such a committee and review its terms of reference. Next slide, please. So thank you very much for your time and the opportunity for EPCOR to come before council today.
Well, thank you very much for that update. Would there be any questions from council? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And thank you, Mr. McCrank, for the very informative presentation. It's into some of the areas that I had wanted to inquire about when I was making some notes this weekend in prep for the meeting. So it's very helpful background. The first I wanted to ask about was he had the rate comparison slide. And that was very timely for what I wanted to make an inquiry about. It doesn't need to be brought up, I don't think. It showed that EPCOR is about $30 a month, and Hydro One, which is the alternative, if it's not EPCOR ownership, is $40 a month. That means Collingwood customers have paid about 25 to 30% less when Collis was municipally the owner, and now even under EPCOR's ownership. That's been since around 2000, so it's coming up towards 25 years. And I touch on that because of the history behind Collingwood and now in turn EPCOR becoming owner of the assets. Having been involved with the neighboring councils of the day, I know a hope had been that there wouldn't just be short-term benefits for them when we purchased their assets. So I wondered if you'd just confirm through your assessment of things that I'm correct in what I'm saying, and that essentially the rates are the same under EPCOR's ownership as they would have been if it was under Collis.
Thank you for the question, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, I would, my sense would be that that is correct. I think that that was one of the requests of the Ontario Energy Board in approving the acquisition, is that we would evaluate it from that perspective. And I think we've gone through that last rate filing. We answered that question, that we would be similar to what would have been under the former Collis ownership.
And just to follow up, if I may, Mayor.
Yes.
I also wanted to stay on that benefit of EPCOR for Clearview, Stainer and Creemore, and Town of Blue Mountains, Thornbury. To me, it's a perfect example of cross-municipal decisions on infrastructure, and in this case, electricity. And that's shown a benefit, as I said, for 25 years. So that's just one example of many. But you've also done a great job on updating us. And I wondered if you could go over how EPCOR has been dealing with Clearview and Town of Blue Mountains, because you do have residents or customers in their municipalities, and maybe how you see dealing with them going forward, because their councils will need to be aware of things as well.
Thank you for your question, Deputy Mayor. We do similarly have utility coordination meetings at the operational staff level. However, we haven't had this opportunity to be in front of their council as we do with the Town of Collingwood, and I think we would welcome such an opportunity with Thornbury and Clearview. I think there may be an opportunity when we think of this advisory committee, perhaps that's broadened to include the Town of Thornbury and Clearview County. Because to your point, they're facing all the same challenges that the Town of Collingwood would when it comes to the energy transition, and I think that is an example of where a collaboration has worked well between the municipalities.
Thank you. Just one final short one, please, Mayor Hamlin.
Go ahead.
It's in regards to terminals revitalization proposal that we're entertaining, and council submission as well to the province of in regards to green building standards that we feel that they should be incorporated into the Ontario Building Code. And we know from the last time you presented that you're familiar with the fact that Terminals was looking at a direct energy initiative as a possible solution for them. Is there anything, we happen to actually have upcoming delegations with the AMO with the Ministry of Housing on this. And I just wondered if there was any update you could give on your communication with the proponents of the proposal and our own staff in regards to that and the green development standards.
Thank you for your question, Deputy Mayor. Very exciting project, and our team, of course, is in conversation with Adam Gallant, who's the project manager, I think, of the Terminals project. And we've had some preliminary discussions on what that would take from a hydro standpoint, and we think that there's just some exciting developments there. I think the district energy itself creates some interesting dynamics. I'll also say that the Poplar Health and Wellness, we're having a meeting with them actually this week to discuss that development there and the district energy that's planned at that one. So there's some, it just really feeds into the conversation about the energy transition and the opportunities that those create. I would think that the main message that we wanted to deliver that perhaps is pertinent for AMO, and it'd be the same, I think, coming from any of the LDCs, is what we indicated here, is that long-term wise, there is a major investment required for us to meet these electrification needs. They're the right direction for us to be going, but it is going to take some significant investment over time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you very much for your presentation today. I think it's quite evident that there is a lot going on in the energy world right now. And that translates not just nationally and provincially, but right here in Collingwood in particular as a growing municipality. And not just from a residential standpoint, but some of our industries, as an example, really could benefit from access to higher power so that they can in turn improve their output. So I would like to provide now notice that I will bring a notice of motion to the next meeting of council to reconstitute our community advisory committee so that we can have these conversations, come to a better understanding of what's available and what's going on in our community more frequently than just once every 6 months. So bring that to the next meeting of council.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I have a couple. Thank you for coming, by the way. I know we all read about Ford not going ahead with its trucks on the EV in Oakville for now, but don't forget an hour closer than Oakville is New Tecumseh, where the Honda company is making substantial investment in EV batteries. And is putting their full weight behind the transition to those kind of vehicles. So I know it's going to be on a individual company basis, how they see the market for their vehicles. And I know it's such a difficult time, but I'm sure EPCOR will take the big view of where all this is going because it's pretty complicated. I also wanted to say I saw your map about growth, and I know you're going to make sure that you keep in touch with how we're growing and where the needs will be. I just wanted to ask if you could think about, and maybe you do this already, but making sure you're in touch with our existing businesses. And the reason I say that is we had the opportunity to tour one of our manufacturing businesses recently, council did, that's been here for a long time. And they shared with us, you know, the incentives financially they had to convert more of their processes to electrical, but that they had to bring the what would you call them? I'll call, forgive me for not using the right technical terms, power lines in from Stainer and the substation that's there. And for one company, it wasn't worth their, they just couldn't even have enough people to figure out how to do that, or they can't front end those kind of things. And so I just, because there's so many, we have so many really good businesses here that we want to encourage to keep here. And I want to make sure that your company's well aware of their needs and we'll reach out to them. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Absolutely. I think that you're right. We do have some great industrial commercial customers here, and we want to make sure that we're meeting their needs. And so we'll take that advice and make sure that we're reaching out.
Oh, thank you so much. And my last question, this isn't about what you're talking, but we've had so much discussion about trees here, and I won't bore you with all the details in the last couple of weeks, but we had an arborist report done on some trees on 6th Street. And so many of the trees that weren't in good condition were because of bad pruning, and the trees hadn't healed properly and they were in decline. And I know a lot of the pruning comes because you've got to make sure the tree branches aren't impinging on the power lines, because we don't have underground power lines. So I just wanted to ask if this is something that your company can look into, being more sensitive. And, even as a town, we haven't had an arborist on staff, although we now have a budget and we're trying to find what we call a forester who will give us that kind of technical expertise on staff. But I'm just asking if, because our tree canopy is so important to us and we don't want to lose it, and if pruning's a factor, I'm just hoping this is something that your company can take into account.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Absolutely. We'll talk to our contractor who does this for us. They do it across Canada, and we'll ensure that we're meeting all the industry standards on that. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, thank you. That's great.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Don't leave. There may be another question. Go ahead, CAO.
Yes, I did hear from the EPCOR folks earlier about some interest from council members about the, restarting a committee or advisory group of some sort. When we did revisit this last year, the decision was to ask Darren and his folks, and I see Ms. Rounding is here as well, to come back to the full council every 6 months to talk about the items. So if you do end up with your notice of motion directing staff to look at the advisory committee, there's things we would think about, like, is the advisory committee advising the town council? Is it advising EPCOR? Is this a governance matter, or is it a communications matter? Is it a multi-municipality matter? Is it a public forum, open meeting every quarter or so where people can come in and talk about electricity issues and considerations? I just want to make sure that when we thought of it, if we do set up something that's formally as a committee, we'd thoroughly thought through, what's the best way to get information back and forth. And just to conclude, I wanted to say we deeply appreciate EPCOR. They do great work here, and we try to coordinate as much as we can. We share buildings and all sorts of things. So just in setting up the right forum to have those discussions, I wanted to make it, efficient and worthwhile, and think that through. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO Skinner.
Okay, so thank you so much for coming.
Thank you, Mayor.
You and your team, yeah. The next deputation is on the Arts Feasibility Study, the CACE group.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm Richard Lemoyne. I'm a longstanding member of the CACE, Collingwood Arts and Culture and Entertainment Group. I'd like to thank all of you for this opportunity to speak about a new arts and culture centre. This is the third time I'm appearing before council. The two previous times, in addition to being a founding member of CACE, was that I was also the chair of Theatre Collingwood. In December 2019, I urged the then council to proceed with hiring consultants to start the process to have a much-needed art centre built. In May 2022, I appeared before council asking that staff be instructed to come back with a process that resulted in the report presented at the July 8th meeting of the Committee of the Whole. And then prior to my first presentation in 2019, I, along with some members of Theatre Collingwood, met with the then mayor and some of the staff, asking the town to work towards an arts and culture centre that this town can be proud of. It has been a long 5 years. I realize that COVID resulted in some delays, but it still has been a long and arduous time to get to this point. The CACE group generally supports the recent Collier's report. We do have some suggestions, and I will address that in this presentation. I would first like to address the revised alternate staff recommendation in point 7.2.2. CACE is opposed to expanding the report to look at two new potential locations. Two sets of consultants have reported to council, and neither suggested either site. We do not believe that the federal building space is large enough to provide the scope of facilities outlined in the latest Collier's report. The land area, I'm only speaking with the land area, is only 1,250 square meters. The land area for the recommended site, depending whether it's just on the parking lot or extends on here in Terrace Street, is between 3,200 and 4,600 square meters. So we're talking about over three times the space. It is an inadequate space to build an adequate facility. That location is a heritage site. At the very least, the facade would have to be maintained. There are 11 stairs from the sidewalk to the first floor level. I would like to think that we are past the days when patrons with limited mobility are asked to enter a facility via the side or back door. The Eddie Bush Arena. We are now in year 5 of studies. I suspect any move to significantly alter the Eddie Bush Arena will elicit a response at least equal to any proposal to demolish the grain terminals. Like any building of its age, the Eddie Bush Arena was likely built with materials that are now considered hazardous and would incur significant costs to remove or renovate. The cost of building on that site would likely dwarf the cost of building new. That area is also significantly smaller than the two recommended sites. For these reasons, CACE urges council to reject the alternate staff recommendations. While we are supportive of extending the consulting services with Colliers, we do have some concerns and comments. CACE sees the Pine Street location as preferable as is
as it will be a spectacular visible addition to the town. Extending that facility to the Hurontario Street side would be a landmark addition to our beautiful Main Street and link the center to the heart of the town. Fundraising. I've been meeting with some experienced fundraisers with many years of experience raising funds in this town and the surrounding communities. They see the $10 million amount that's in the report as too low, and a well-organized campaign would raise significantly more. I want to speak to the construction costs. As most of you know, Tom Vincent, an experienced developer, has been part of CACE since day one. Tom believes that cost estimates may be high. He can point specifically to the cost per underground parking spot at over 2 times what most would factor in as a cost. That brings into question the soundness of some of the other estimates. We were surprised at the quantum of the estimate of the annual subsidy that a facility would require. We believe that CACE can show that once the facility is fully operational, the only subsidy required would be to reduce the cost of access to certain groups. This would be no different than subsidies currently provided to local sports facilities to reduce the cost of participants. One of the reasons that CACE advocated for a larger facility was to significantly reduce the annual subsidy. A larger venue facilitates bringing in some, and I emphasize some performances, that will command a high ticket price and contribute to subsidizing community use of that facility. The report also suggests 100,000 attendees each year. In a facility with a 600-seat main hall and a 300-seat capacity black box, that number seems low. We are confident that we can show that the subsidies would be significantly lower and in line with the benefits provided to small cultural groups, especially programs aimed to youth. What does CACE see as the next steps after the next and hopefully the last consultants report? In my presentation in May 2022, I said, the development of an arts center is a once-in-a-century project for any municipality. Major projects require technical expertise and experience that are not present in municipal staff. The execution of this project needs to be outsourced to experts who've done this many times before. Just like the expansion of the water treatment plant, experts in that field are running the project, not staff and not consultants. My opinion on that point remains unchanged. CACE Group would respectfully ask that some of the funding, and this is after the next report, but some of the funding from the Legacy Fund earmarked for the arts be used to A, hire an experienced project manager, B, engage architects and engineers to provide plans with sufficient detail to assist in raising funds, not only from individuals, foundations, but also from upper levels of government. And thirdly, hire an experienced fundraiser to truly determine the amount that can be raised and to obtain pledges. Some of you know that we have already received a minimum $1 million pledge from one private foundation. And that was in response to an online survey CACE sent to assess the preferred seating capacity. Imagine what is possible with an organized campaign. CACE looks forward to Colliers being engaged for the next phase of the study, and after that report has been received, the town agrees to hire the required resources to start the process. It will soon be time to stop hiring consultants and start working on building an arts center and arts and culture center that will have a significant positive financial impact on the town and Southern Georgian Bay, and will provide much needed space for groups based in Collingwood and the surrounding communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming and sharing your thoughts today. Could there be any questions, Council? No, don't see any. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next presentation by Kory Chisholm. This is with respect to the Wyview Linksview draft plan extension request.
Good afternoon, members of council, town staff, and members of the public. My name is Kory Chisholm. I'm a partner with MHBC Planning, and here before you this afternoon on behalf of our client Wyview Group, as the mayor mentioned in regards to the Linksview draft plan extension, which was discussed at the committee of the whole meeting 2 weeks ago today. I'll be brief. I'd just like to start today by thanking town staff. We've had a continued line of open communication since the meeting 2 weeks ago. We would like to request council today continue forward with the recommendation that the committee of the whole recommended 2 weeks ago, which was to refer the draft plan extension back to staff and have it brought back to committee and council at a future date for consideration. And we hope that that would be able to occur within the next few months. I am joined today in person by Brian Teen from Wyview Group, who'd like to share a few words as well. Ultimately, when the draft plan extension comes back in the future, we do hope that council will consider issuing a 3-year draft plan extension consistent with Bridgewater and Panorama, 2 of the other developments in a similar part of town that were considered 2 weeks ago and again today. So with that, we do have our group here, myself, Brian Teen, as well as our client's lawyer from Denton's joining us virtually if there are any questions from council today. But I'll pass things over to Brian. Thanks.
Thank you, Kory.
Thank you, Kory. Hello, everyone, dear Honorable Mayor and Honorable Councillor and public. It's my first time speaking to a council, actually. I'm kind of nervous. My name is Brian Tian. I'm a project manager and a professional engineer working at Wyview Group. And I would like to speak in regards to the draft plan extension. The common goal for the town and Wyview Group is to get houses built fast and delivered to the people. As the project manager working for Wyview, in order to run this project successfully, I have to look at the project from 3 aspects, which are the foundational projects: schedule, cost, and quality. Regarding schedule, I've had a meeting with the town's planning director, Ms. Summer Valentine, host the committee meeting of the whole. My understanding from this meeting is that the critical path for the project is that we have to be ready to execute the pre-servicing or subdivision registration agreement for construction, the servicing work, when water and wastewater at the town is ready. And in order to do this, we have to continue with our current design work in the next few years. I mean, 2030 is far away, but it's not. It's 6 years away. We have to continue with the design work in the next few years and going through iterations of engineering design and detailed design work to clear all the draft plan conditions. This will take years. For example, in the past, I've been working with Wyview for 3 years now. When I arrived at Wyview, a similar land parcel in Stouffville was draft plan approved in the town of Stouffville. So it's taken me 3.5 years working with Crozier. It's actually a Collingwood local consultant to bring this greenfield project to council approval of subdivision registration. However, there's one thing I didn't like about that project was that all the submission deadlines were really rushed and tight. We had to rush the submission. But now then we have from 2024 to 2030, we can finally sit down and make what we call a quality submission to bring the quality of the project up, including all the engineering drawings, architectural design drawings, structural, mechanical, whatsoever. So in order to continue with the design work, we need to maintain the draft approved status for the land to secure financial funding. And I sincerely hope the town could ultimately grant us this extension to keep the project running. We will always be here to collaborate with the town and make it happen. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry, do I stay or?
Is there anyone else from your group who has anything? No. Is there any questions from council? No, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is to adopt minutes. So 7.1.1, the recommendation for a motion is this, that the minutes of Council Committee of the Whole meeting held July 8, 2024, excluding Committee of the Whole recommendations, the Special Council meeting held on July 10, 2024, and the regular meeting of council held July 15, 2024 be approved as presented. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Baines, Councillor Perry has seconded that. Any comments? All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. The next one, the recommendation for the motion is that the Committee of the Whole recommendations from its meeting held July 8, 2024, contained within the July 8, 2024 council minutes, be hereby approved as presented. There's 3 items. P 2024-17, municipally initiated quick wins housing focus zoning bylaw amendment as amended. C 2024-07, responsible pet ownership bylaw amendments. And thirdly, minutes of other committees and boards. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Ring, seconded by Councillor Jeffrey. Any comments on that? All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. The next item on the agenda, PRC 2024-07, Collingwood Arts Centre Feasibility Study Phase 3 Report. So the recommendation that was passed by the committee is as follows, that staff report PRC 2024-07, Collingwood Arts Centre Feasibility Study Phase 3 report be received, and that council approve an expenditure of $40,000 from the Arts and Culture Legacy Fund to extend the consulting services contract with Collier's project leaders to complete a prioritization and scope reduction exercise with respect to the options presented in the June 24 Collingwood Arts Centre business case. So that's what we approved with an 8-to-1 vote at our Committee of the Whole. Staff in their report for today has put forward an alternative recommendation, and I'll just read it out. That's alternative not to receiving the report, but to the moving ahead with the Collier's project. That council approve an expenditure of $80,000 from... Sorry, go ahead.
That's okay.
I'm not looking, I'm reading.
Just looking for some clarification.
Yeah.
If I need to sever these out, because I think I can receive the report, but I'm not sure about the other 2 items.
Right. Okay. So how about we do sever it out? Okay, so we'll just deal with then council. The first part of this, the motion would be that we receive the staff report, the Phase 3 staff report. Could I have a mover and a seconder for that? Councillor Doherty, and seconded by Councillor Houston. All those in favor? Okay, and then if you would like to excuse yourself, you're fine. Thank you. Okay, so something else? Yeah. So we won't know until we get a motion. So you don't need to take it. Yeah. Okay. We're just, well, I'll get back to that in a minute. Okay. So as we know, there's an alternative staff recommendation. I'll just read this in and we get to pick and discuss or pick something different. The council approve an expenditure of $80,000 from the Arts and Culture Legacy Fund to extend the consulting services contract with Collier's project leaders to complete a prioritization and scope reduction exercise with respect to the options presented in the June 2024 Collingwood Arts Centre business case, and to complete preliminary assessments on 44 Hurontario Street, which is the federal building, and 97 Hurontario Street, which is the Eddie Bush Memorial Arena, to establish a viability position of these spaces accommodating a future arts center should they become available for such purposes. So I guess I need a motion to get this on the floor. Yeah. So at this point, what the clerk is saying is if someone would like to pick one of those to put on the floor, then we could have a discussion on the one that is chosen. Would there be anyone who'd like to put one on the floor? Councillor Jeffrey.
I would pick number 1.
Okay. Would there be a seconder for that? Councillor Ring. Okay. So so we're going to bring back in Councillor Houston for this discussion. But we can't stray into the other. Yeah, okay. Councillor Houston, we're going to only discuss the motion that was before Council Committee of the Whole last week. So I'll just say, Council, then we can't stray into the other two properties because Councillor Houston have to leave the room, and that's not on the floor in any event. So if this motion that's on the floor doesn't pass, then we can perhaps put this next one on the floor or whatever the will of Council is. Okay, so who would like to speak to the motion on the floor, if anyone? Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Your Worship. When I initially saw this recommendation last week, I was kind of surprised that we have done so many studies and invested so many dollars, and now we're being asked to spend more money again. And I'm really in a quandary because, you know, if there's a recommendation here to look at the magnitude, the size of the proposal, and that's going to cost money. And if we don't do that, then where are we left with? No recommendation. So I'm a little bit frustrated, but I'm also taking to heart the request of the BIA that the proposal and any further work on it wait until after we have the downtown visioning exercise completed, because so much of the detail that comes out of that is going to inform any of the scoping or even the location. So right now, I'm actually not prepared to support the additional expenditure at this time. And I would like to wait and see after we receive the downtown visioning, which is only, we are anticipating will come to us in September. So it's not that far away. Then we can make a more informed decision, I think, and stop studying this to death and move forward with a definitive recommendation. So those are my thoughts. And then with regard to looking at the federal building or
well, we're not going to talk about that.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Right. Okay.
I'd like to ask Director Cubitt if, just to understand, if the council doesn't approve this expenditure as is just being sort of floated by Councillor Doherty at this time, where does that leave the project? What have we approved, if anything? And can you also, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I might need to look for some support on this, but I feel like that would just put us in a holding pattern. We would have the business case. And I guess we would just have to be returning following the downtown visioning master plan with further direction at that point. It's my best guess.
Okay, CO Skinner.
And just to add through the chair, to add to that, there is a proposal, really it has been somewhat, you know, there's some skin, but not the whole body on the bones of what is in front of you today. It talks about a certain size and what you could expect with respect to costs and ongoing supplement. So the other alternative is that council says, yes, that's what we want. We're willing to try and raise, you know, that much money. Let's go forward with what's in front of us without trying to rescope or adjust. And so if that was the case, we might want to get some more financial advice as you undertook that type of decision. Okay, thank you for that. Clerk Almas.
Certainly, I just would like to bring this through your attention to Councillor Houston. this is up to you to make the call on whether you think you should be involved in this portion of the meeting. So they could be intertwined a bit. So I will leave that to your judgment.
Okay. Councillor Houston.
Yeah, I think I will likely excuse myself. I was going to ask for clarification on this because me voting on this may influence the decision on the next option. So I think I'll excuse myself.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. So I was prepared I voted to spend the 40,000 at committee of the whole. But my question is, what happened to that timing? Because I think what we voted on at COW, if you'll forgive the short form, did include awaiting the completion of the downtown visioning. And I would suggest that that would be an amendment, I guess, or an oversight, or maybe it was purposely removed for some reason. I'm not sure, but I would look through to the clerk for clarification because I remember that specific timing already being in that motion when we voted.
Yeah, I have to confess I did as well. Do you have a recollection of this, Clerk Gomez?
Thank you, Your Worship. To address the question, this was the recommendation that was presented. I think there may have been the thought. I believe the initial time frame was it would take 2 to 3 months, and it's our understanding that the downtown master plan would be completed within 2 to 3 months. So it could have been inferred that it was specific to after the recommendations of the master plan was complete. So I would recommend an amendment if you want that specific in here.
Yes, so I would add the amendment to include the wording and timing to coincide to after the completion of the downtown visioning exercise. And I believe the original timing on this was going to be 6 months, and maybe I'm recollecting out of 2 different options. But I thought number one that we're discussing right now was still going to be 6 months.
Yes, go ahead, Director Cubitt.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Jeffrey. Option 1 was expected to take 2 to 3 months and be happening simultaneously to the downtown visioning master plan exercise. And option 2 is looking like it would add an extra month or 2 where the assessment of the 2 locations would happen prior to the scope reduction exercise to help inform that. So that would bring it to a 4 to 5 month timeframe.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I think I would still go to a minimum of a 4-month timeframe to get the downtown visioning exercise completed and be able to include that information for a complete report when it does come to us for any direction that's required out of that.
Okay, thank you. CEO Skinner.
Thank you. Through the chair, to Councillor Jeffrey, related to the timing, I'm confident that the downtown visioning exercise will be a good one. And there's been we have great people on it, and there's been great input from council members in the community. With the Arts Centre, potentially these decisions that you're about to make around location and size could really influence sort of the look and feel of the downtown. So it's almost a chicken and an egg type of consideration, which should come first. And I'm almost leaning toward, and I know you'll have your thoughts, but that it would be nice to know Art Center wise, size and intentions before finalizing, the overall downtown view. But of course, you could go the other way.
Response to that, Mayor Hamlin? Yeah. I guess the other thing for me, which I thought was in here as well, it's gone out of my head. There were 2 things. There was the timing with the downtown visioning, and also what happened to I thought it was in the original motion when we voted. There was something else that when the CEO spoke, she brought it to my attention, and I thought, where did that go? I thought it was in here originally as well. I mean, when it comes to chicken and the egg, I think that the downtown visioning will determine how it's foreseen that this will play into our future. I think to pick it and then ask them to come up with a vision after is not the right, it's not really asking for input. It's just saying work around it in my mind. So I think I would prefer to stay with getting that visioning exercise done. And there's something else, but Councillor Potts is chomping at the bit over there, so maybe it'll come to my mind.
Go ahead, Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Mair Hamlin. So last meeting I supported the 40,000 and I still support the 40,000 to get a wholesome kind of report back. I think if you combine all this, or if you look at even the other recommendation with the downtown visioning master plan coming back, and also I'm very keen on the MRF feasibility study as well to come back, because I think if we talk about a facility or two and that's in that recommendation, that could weigh in on another facility there. So I look at the timing of it. So I still do support the 40,000 to get a full report, but moving forward from there for any extra expenses or decisions, I would be most keen on seeing that study come back, as it is another priority as well that we have to look at. But for now, I do support the 40,000.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say, this community wants an arts center and a multi-use recreation facility, and we deserve both, and we should have both, and I'm committed to getting both. So I hear you loud and clear. I don't think we have to say, we have to hold up one for the other. I think we're going to find two different sources of funds for those, and it won't be the same pot, and I'm quite confident we can proceed with both of these. I also want to just offer as a sort of opening thought that, I've been sitting on the steering committee for this Arts Center for a number of months now with all the stakeholders and our consultants. We've got two, Nordicity and Colliers. And I know it's hard for council to now come in and, you're sort of jumping in for where we were last time. But there has been considerable discussion over sites. We've had a lot of discussion over size and whether there should be a black box. And this is the frustrating part of having a steering committee that's not council, because you've missed all of that. But I just want to say that my own view is, we made a decision some time ago as a council to have this downtown. And we've had a recommendation with the consultants and the committees have looked at, where it should go. Recommendations come up for Pine Street. We can commit to have 40,000 to scope it a bit, but let's just make a decision. We can pick a site. It's okay. And the downtown visioning, it doesn't need to decide where the Arts Center is going to go. We can decide that. And we've had lots of expertise looking at this over the last year. So anyway, that's just my thought on this. Pardon? Oh, she finally remembers. Okay, go for it.
The clarification was, last time we were talking about setting a price that was palatable for the community, what we could afford. And I very specifically remember that coming through the discussion that we would be setting through the $40,000 was to also scope what we felt as a community was going to be our upset limit.
Yeah, I think that's part of what the 40,000 is for.
And I just want to confirm because it's not in there.
Okay, who would like to answer that on staff? What's the 40,000 for? Director Cubic, go ahead.
I can answer that through you, Your Worship. That 40,000 is to have our consultants work with council and staff to determine an upset budget or range. And then taking that, work with our steering committee and stakeholders again to do a bit of a scope reduction exercise to see if we can take the functional programming that's been established and make it fit into the proposed budget.
So, yes, my amendment. Yes, which is where we started. Then I would like to amend to include that the timing provide for input from the BIA, the downtown visioning process, whether it's staff deems it's 2 to 3 months, whatever, that's fine. And also that it clearly states that we'll be determining the upset limit through this process.
Okay.
And I need a second.
I know. Do you think, Clerk Almas, you could read back something about what this motion would say? Then we'll look for a seconder.
Certainly, I could share it on the screen, but basically the amendment would be include at the end and that timing provide for input from the downtown visioning process and that an upset limit would be determined through this process.
Does that sound like what you said?
Exactly.
Okay, is there a seconder? Councillor Doherty. Okay, so discussion on the amendment or yes, Councillor Ring.
You had asked, sorry, thank you, Mayor Hamlin. You had asked exactly what I was going to ask about what if we don't approve this $40,000? And I did vote for it at the committee of the whole, but I haven't been convinced in the last 10 minutes that anything we're going to do in the near future is worth the $40,000. That's stuff that we don't already know. I know we want to include the downtown vision study, but I don't see where that's going to make any change on where we currently are talking about or how much money we're going to spend. So I just don't think it's good money to be spent at this point. I think we've got most of the information that we asked for, and I think just move forward.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And I as well will not be able to support this amendment or the motion, quite frankly. I think the time has come, as you've indicated and others, to move on with this. I would rather this 40,000 go towards, as CACE was recommending, upping the $10 million budget and reworking those sorts of items to get this implemented and moving ahead. I understand others' opinions, but I think it's time to move ahead.
So just so I understand your comments, so if in the chance that the amendment fails and the motion fails, would you be bringing another motion to approve the recommendations from Colliers? Or where would this go from here?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to understand. Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. As I noted last meeting, I had concerns with the phase 3 cost and how the funds had become available in the first place. I recognize, though, that there needed to be that level of assessment done, so in turn supported it. But as also noted, July 8th, I was disappointed in what was delivered to us due to the subsequent request for more funds by Colliers. To me, this is like considering a change order request in a construction project. In my experience, those change requests I have always had difficulty approving, and I don't see any current circumstances that justify this one. So I will continue to oppose the initial ask of the 40,000 and as such this amendment. Later today, we will receive the non-core asset update report, and the quantum of $5 million of annual shortfall is definitely going to impact my decisions going forward for any increases in services. I will again say then that it only makes sense to wait until after the mid-long-term strategic financial plan is being completed and made available before considering any new project. The operation plan indicates the SFP work will be progressing over a series of meetings in the fall. So for now, I will just say that it appears to be in the near term that we will get some decent level of understanding of the expected impact of all of our longer term combined requirements. I can't support these recommendations until at least that point. So I'm going to elaborate further on the other aspects of the AMP report at the appropriate juncture, but I wanted to provide my explanation at this point in time on my position. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Well, I'll just say, this is a hard one because I don't feel we know everything right now. The numbers are once presented, by a consultant doing their best. I do think once we have a project manager, we're going to drill down and get the real numbers. But it might not hurt to have, a bit of a scoping exercise. And for that reason, I'm going to support Councillor Jeffrey's motion. I think it's going to be really important that we have this come back with the visioning exercise, because we've got to keep moving ahead. And I am mindful of the deputy mayor's comments that, you know, shouldn't we know where all our money is and how we're going to spend it before we move ahead on anything? But I'm just going to say, for a community our size, we should have an arts center. We should have a multi-use recreation complex. We can study the balance sheets all we want, but sometimes we're just going to have to make a decision. This project's going to take a lot of fundraising, and we're going to end up hiring a professional fundraiser, and most of the money is going to come from there. So, but until we get some vision where it's going to be and have some architectural drawings and can get out there to the community, and by the community, I don't mean even just Collingwood. We're talking about our broader Georgian Bay community that I think is going to be supporting this. So I just have to say I'm very much in favor of moving ahead. I don't mind spending a bit more. I hope it doesn't need to be 40,000. I hope that's an upset cost. I hope we can bring in some people in our community who know about numbers who can help us with this. I'm mindful of Mr. Vincent saying his numbers for underground parking, for example, are quite different from what the consultant's using. Maybe there's some quick ways to get at some of these numbers, and I'm happy to help with that to see if there is. But I really just want to move ahead with this. Also, I'm happy to support your motion, and you have something else to say? Go ahead.
I just wanted to request if the clerk could put the updated motions just on the screen just before we vote. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Ring.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hanlon. I'm hoping that I didn't hear right, that if we don't give this $40,000 that this project is dead in the water, because I don't think it should be. I just don't think that we're going to get any value for spending an extra $40,000 from the information we already know. I mean, we do have so much of a report on location, size, costs. This is where we should be working to nail that down. But
yeah,
I haven't been convinced that giving a consultant another $40,000 is going to be much more beneficial to the information we already know.
Yeah, I definitely hear you on that. Councillor Perry, did you want to say something?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Hamlin. As far as the downtown visioning study, are they going to be recommending sites? I'm kind of confused on that. No? Okay. Councillor Jeffrey just answered my question.
Maybe CO Skinner, what is the context of what the downtown visioning study is about?
Thank you. Through you. This is the first time that we've done a downtown visioning study, and really it could be a lot of things to different people, but really we wanted to look at what's happening in Collingwood over the next 20, 30, 40 years, and what does it look like to be a downtown in the middle of a municipality that's going from 26,000 people to something that looks a lot more like the center for, 50,000 people, with people from outside that area coming here. So it's everything from character to maybe height and massing and the mix of types of businesses that make sense for our downtown. And I do know also that Director Valentine had some thoughts on what has been in downtown visioning in other locations that she might be able to add a couple of more points. Please.
Director Valentine, do you have any further thoughts?
Thank you, Chair. And through you, I'm just looking for my notes that I provided through to the CAO. However, downtown visioning and master plans can take a variety of forms. As in some cases, they're focused on beautification, streetscape, street furniture, urban design, and that type of thing. And they can range all the way through to criteria for strategic investments in the downtown over the long term. It appears that our project would lean more toward the latter, with potentially some future projects drilling down into some of those core areas of need if there was improvements required, or if a community improvement plan would assist us to achieve our goals. But certainly through the official plan review, there were some outstanding remaining questions around the appropriateness of increasing density downtown, whether additional height provisions would be appropriate given the heritage nature of that area. And whether the mix of uses that we had incorporated into the official plan with some amendments from council about offices on the ground floor and so on, if those all continue to make sense in the grander vision of the downtown.
Got it. Thank you. Okay. Is that helpful, Councillor Perry?
Oh, yeah. But I keep going back to the chicken and the egg thing. It's,
no one has a magic wand.
No.
You know, sometimes we just have to decide.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So we have the amendment before us. Oops. Did I do that? No. Can you take that thing off? You don't see that. I have it. Oh, it's gone. Okay. Okay. So go ahead, Clerk Gomez, you go ahead.
Certainly. Thank you. Just for clarification, to make this a little bit more clear, I've reworded this with the highlighted version. So instead of through the process, that it would be through this prioritization and scope reduction exercise. I just wanted to confirm that that was good with the mover and seconder.
Yes. Sorry. Did you want to say something?
Just from a staff clarity perspective, one thing I would say, and I'm in part to Councillor Ring's questions around what does the $40,000, additional $40,000 give us, is that we're really looking to say, is this the right price point? And is this the right, is there anything that we could do to figure out with the advisory committee that to tweak it to potentially be a better solution for Collingwood. And I know the $40,000 sounds like more expenditure just for this. However, if you look at that $40,000 in the context of all we've spent, and then in the context of the potential total cost and ongoing subsidy, making sure we're on the right path and we've got all the people on board could be an expenditure that's worthwhile. And it does also line up with timing with the downtown visioning. So you may feel differently, and I totally respect that, but just from the clarity of is this overspending? I would say from my perspective, the 0.5% to 1% that might be of the overall potential expenditure is worthwhile, so that you have all the best information you can. And when I look at the downtown visioning versus the art center, I think you can decide to put the art center, anywhere you need to. And it is in some ways a bigger generational decision than the downtown visioning. It's very solid, whereas the downtown visioning leads us to a certain place. So I'm very much thinking they need to inform each other, and I wouldn't want to confirm the overall downtown visioning until you'd decided what you want to do with an art center and where you would put it, because it will be such a big part of the Collingwood of the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead, Councillor Ring.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Through you to CAO Skinner. So unless I heard you right or wrong, the $40,000 is going to check on financial figures and that. Are we getting what we asked for? And if we're going to pay the same consultant an extra $40,000 to tell us whether their numbers were right or wrong, I don't think that's good spending money.
That's an interesting comment. Can you reply to that?
I think the part through the chair that I would say to that is we asked the consultant to work with our community and our advisory group to come up with, what's the functional work and the size of the thing to fit in all the things that the community wants. And they did that and came up with a beautiful proposal. And now what we've seen is that with the costing, it's probably a big stretch for Collingwood to get that full costing. And there's now a question of, can we do something simpler or slightly different that still fulfills the needs of the community at a lower price point? And we don't know what that answer is. So the question becomes, should we do those 2 to 3 months of work, which is somewhat different question for the Colliers and our team. Now that we've seen the real numbers, we're narrowing in on what is that best decision for Collingwood. Thank you.
I think also you raised a good point, Councillor Ring, because I think there's, to me, now that I've been thinking about it, there's really 2 parts. There's number one, are Collier's numbers the ones we should be totally relying on? And in that respect, I said a few minutes ago, I would help, use the people who've reached out to me and get them with their expertise and, they're on the ground contractors to say, are these good numbers? So if we can do that quickly or whatever, and then the next part is, scoping it down to what we can afford, which will be done with us at council table, right? So I think there's a couple of things that have to be done. I hope we can do it all. Yeah, go ahead.
Just for council's information, we do have Colliers listening on the line. If there was a specific question related to their expertise and intentions, they would be available to respond to you.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there any other questions before we vote on that amendment? Okay, all in favor of the amendment? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that passes. And those opposed? 1, 2, 3. Okay, so the amendment passes. So the motion now as amended. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and those opposed? 3. And the motion passes. Okay, thank you very much, everyone, for all your hard work on that one. And could someone tell Councillor Houston he can come in? Thank you. Welcome back. Okay. Yeah. The next one we have before us then is draft plan extension for Bridgewater. This is item 7.2.3. The recommendation before us, and I'm just going to read it out here for a motion. Whereas the Ontario Land Tribunal issued an order on July 16, 2024 to grant a 3-year extension to the Bridgewater draft approved plan of subdivision to July 29, 2027, in accordance with the proponent's request, and being that such request was deemed in the opinion of the tribunal to be minor, and whereas the town continues to have authority under the Planning Act to change conditions of draft approval and to amend the draft approved plan prior to final approval, now therefore be it resolved that staff report P 2024-15 draft plan approval extension request Bridgewater with its address dated July 8, 2024 is amended on July 16, 2024 be received, and that the updated conditions of draft approval and red line revisions to the draft approved plan of subdivision appended to this report be approved. And there's a note here that the revised resolution, which is in bold, and the strike through, which I didn't read, post committee of the whole on July 8, 2024 are to recognize an Ontario Land Tribunal order that happened since that meeting and to update the staff recommendation. So could I have a mover and a seconder to get this on the floor? Councillor Baines, seconded by Councillor Perry. Any comments? Okay, I see none. I'm just going to say I'm so disappointed that we didn't have an opportunity to have our views heard at the Ontario Land Tribunal. Nevertheless, we are handed a 3-year extension to this project. I think it's only prudent that we update the conditions, and so I will support this. Okay, all those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. All right, 7.2.4. This is to do with the draft plan extension for Mair Mills, also known as Panorama South. The motion before us, the recommendation that staff report P 2024-16 draft plan approval extension request, Panorama 260 Mountain Road dated July 8, 2024 be received, and that in recognition of the housing crisis and the urgency at all levels of government to increase housing supply in the near term, Council approves a 3-year extension of draft approval for the plan of subdivision for Panorama, including amendments to the associated conditions of draft approval as amended to this report, to allow the proponent to demonstrate significant progress towards registering the first phase of development. Okay, mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Doherty, seconded by Councillor Jeffrey. Comments? Yes, go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. At the last meeting, I was the single nay vote. And the reason for that was at the time I was only supportive of a 1 year because at that point in time, Bridgewater was still in that 1 year range. And I had taken the position on all three that 1 year seemed to be something that, since they were all similar, would be the right thing to do. I agree with you. The OLT's decision is disappointing in regards to Bridgewater because I don't look at it as a minor type of thing, but they do. And I don't think that bodes well for us in any future extension requests either then. So in any event, I intend on supporting the motion now, even though it is saying 3 and I had wanted 1 because of the Bridgewater.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other comments? We'll bring this to a vote then. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. The next one is P 2024-18, the draft plan extension for Linksview. The motion before us has the following recommendation: that staff report P 2024-18, draft plan approval extension request, Linksview, dated July 8, 2024, be received, and that council refer the requested extension of draft approval for the plan of subdivision to staff for further review. Can I have a mover and a seconder for this one? Councillor Baines. Councillor Jeffrey. Comments? Councillor Baines.
I'm just pleased to see that the developer themselves agreed with this. They seem to agree to this with this reference back to staff. And so I'm in support of this.
Okay, thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I support the reference back if that's what we're going to, as a majority, do. I just think it'd be easier just to give them a 1 year extension. The staff had put into the Mair Mills on the suggestion of 1 year that it would be noted to the developer that council expected a significant movement on the file over that course of that year. And so I think we should just do that and get it out of the realm of the possibility of more work for staff when it's not actually moving the file forward. It just seems to me like that's what the referral could do. So that's just a suggestion. If no one else sees that as any merit, then I'll be supporting the referral.
I might just ask, with respect to your comments, Director Valentine to comment on extending draft approval without updating the conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The main difference between this file and the recommendation on the other files for a one-year extension is that the other file staff undertook to update the conditions of draft approval to bring them up to current standard, as well as the draft plan in the case of the Bridgewater file. So that work has not been done. However, it may be a lower risk for council to consider a one-year extension. We could use that year to bring the conditions up to current standards. There is a concurrent zoning bylaw amendment at play and a request for red line revisions. So we could concurrently process all of those matters within the 1 year and then come back to you with a comprehensive recommendation whether additional years would be potential for your consideration. So you can either refer it back to staff and we would undertake that work in any case, or give them the year extension, which provides the developer a bit more certainty over that year as we work through the outstanding questions that will result in good planning for this site.
And then I just have a follow-up question for that, which is that would also, if we but if we grant a one-year extension now, that would also give staff a full year to work with the owner of the property to update the conditions, and we wouldn't be putting you in some kind of bind to come back as soon as possible. Is that a good read?
Thank you, Chair. That's correct. And I think you heard from the proponent that they'd rather work collaboratively and at a reasonable pace rather than rushing something through. I think they have shared goals for an appropriate development on this site. And I would suggest there's very limited risk they would be able to register within the next year, primarily because servicing is not available at this time.
Right. So would you like to bring a motion or, sorry?
I'd just like to do a follow-up and just say that the director noted about how it may give the proponent a little more of a secure ground in regards to items like financing. I talked about last meeting being sensitive to what's happened in the market over the last couple of years and interest rates over the last couple of years and the impact on developers. And I just trying, as I say, I was thinking any work that the staff have to do, if it can move the file forward, I'd like to do that. So I guess I would put an amendment on the floor and ask for consideration of it and see if I can get a seconder, and that we council agrees to a 1 year extension of the. Sorry, go ahead. I think Councillor Jeffrey would like to check about that.
Hi, Mayor Hamlin. I think first of all, we need to sever. And then also, I think reading what the clerk almost sent out to us today, I believe we may have to defeat what is here. And then the deputy mayor would put the different.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah. Okay, so we're just going to sever this. And then do you have a procedural question? Or?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
As the mover of this motion and having been persuaded by the arguments I've heard, can I withdraw my motion?
Well, at this point, it's on the floor, so you can vote any way you like, even if you don't like the motion you moved.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's the advantage, being at council. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to sever this motion, and we'll just now vote on the first part, which is to receive the staff report. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. So the second part is the referral back to staff to have new conditions. And we've heard the deputy mayor's suggestion as an alternative. As Councillor Jeffrey suggested, we should defeat that second one first if we want to put another one on the floor. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. Thank you. So I'm going to just bring this to a vote. All those in favor of just sending this back to staff for further review and create the conditions? Okay, and those opposed? Okay, that's unanimous opposed. Deputy Mayor,
thank you.
You want to, if I can just paraphrase here, you want to approve a 1 year extension of draft approval for this plan of subdivision.
Yes. And I don't think we need to put in council's desire for the proponent to move this file along in some major way over the year. I think that that's being conveyed. So I don't think it needs to be in the motion. I would request that if staff feel that it's lagging a little bit over maybe after the 6 or 7 months period, he'd make us aware and perhaps we could look at some subsequent, but that would be the amendment or the motion that I'm putting on the table at this point in time. And I ask for a seconder.
Thank you. Councillor Jeffrey is going to second that. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, just for complete clarity, the discussion about if it's lagging over the 6 to 7 months, that wasn't part of your.
No.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Okay, we now have before us 3 bylaws. The first one is under 9.1, and the recommendation for motion is that bylaw number 2024-052, being a bylaw to amend responsible pet ownership, bylaw number 2012-016, to provide an improved system of dog licensing and registration, be enacted and passed this 26th day of July 2024. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Doherty, seconded by Councillor Perry. This is something that was before the committee 2 weeks ago. Any comments or questions at this time? Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I did read through the old bylaw and the new one, and I just want some clarity. I know I'm probably digging too far into it, but it does say that dog owners need to carry proof of a rabies vaccine. So every time, I know potentially bylaw could stop you, but the reality is that do I need to carry a certificate around every time I walk my dog?
Okay.
Or is it?
That's a good question. Clerk Almas is going to answer that.
Okay, thank you.
I'll try my best, and I will follow up if I don't have the answer. But it's my understanding that it's not. And obviously, if your dog has a tag, that's proof that they have their vaccination. So it may be for if a pet is found that it has not been wearing a tag, that is found. But if not, I will seek clarity because our manager of bylaw services is actually unfortunately not here today.
Follow up?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Clerk Almas. The other question I had when you're talking about tags, and I know I'm going down a rabbit hole that is going to hopefully not drag this meeting on too long, but the tags are aluminum. And I know I've talked to Mayor Hamlin about this, but unfortunately my dog's white and she ends up with black fur because of the tags. And I'm just wondering if there can be any look into possibly changing that material.
Looks like we need a more sturdy
it's
dog
hard
tag.
for me to walk my dog with her tag because
that's
what
one
happens
of the
to her
intent,
fur.
And I can guarantee 100% that we're looking at that change. So
thank you.
It's on our radar. Thanks.
Also, if I can just suggest, I'm just reading the part of the bylaw about every owner of a dog upon request from the town have to produce a certificate from a vet saying you've had rabies shots. Maybe you could say within 24 hours or 48 hours. Right? We can make that amendment. Do you want to make that amendment?
I'd be perfectly fine with that. Thank you.
Okay. Would there be a seconder to amend the bylaw? Councillor Baines, thank you. Oh, so this is the new 6.4, if I'm reading this right. It now says every owner of a dog shall, upon request from the town or its agent, produce a certificate signed by a practicing veterinarian, which clearly identifies the dog, shows they're currently vaccinated against rabies. So the motion that, or the amendment that Councillor Perry is suggesting is every owner of a dog shall, upon request from the town or its agent within 48 hours of that request, produce a certificate. It's under 3. Let me see. What am I looking at here? Page 167 of 290. No, 168. Sorry, I can't even read.
I have received clarification because I have a very diligent staff member watching.
Okay, yes.
That it is messaging me at this moment and said what is required is if they're entering into dog parks. So if a bylaw officer enters into a dog park and there's a dog owner that's there, not with the town of Collingwood dog and a tag, that we need to be able to confirm that that dog has their vaccination should there be an incident between dogs in the dog park, but that's what it's for. So I would be concerned about amending it, because then we wouldn't be able to kick the dog out if we have concerns that it may not be vaccinated and may affect other dogs.
So just so yeah, because so what I understand is then if someone is using a dog park from another community, which happens every day in every dog park, if our bylaw officers go there, which they do sometimes, and ask for proof of rabies, if they don't have it, they have to leave. So we'd have to put a sign up or something. We have to either give people time to come back with the proof, or we have to give them warning. There's something on the sign?
Here, that's the
cool. Okay, well, the last time I was at a dog park, there was no sign about that, but that was probably 2 years ago. Okay, Councillor Perry, what do you say about all this?
And specifically to my case, that different material tag would solve that problem in my case. So she would have her tag on all the time, but.
So he doesn't care about the time. I'm ready to let it go if you've got it signed. Anyone else want to raise this? Discuss it? No. Okay, all those in favor? That's approved. Thank you. The next one is the bylaw for the Quick Wins Housing. So the recommendation is that bylaw number 2024-053, being a bylaw under the provisions of Section 34 of the Planning Act, RSO 1990, Chapter P13 is amended to permit up to 4 dwelling units per residential or rural lot and reduce minimum parking requirements for additional residential units, ARUs, and apartment buildings, subject to terms and provisions outlined herein, be enacted and passed this 22nd day of July, 2024. Mover and a seconder, please. Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Doherty. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. And the last one is, this has to do with our policing enhancements. Recommendation is that bylaw number 2024-057, being a bylaw to authorize the execution of an agreement for the provision of additional services under Section 17.2 of the Community Safety and Policing Act between the King and Right of Ontario as represented by the Solicitor General and the Corporation of the Town of Collingwood be enacted and passed this 22nd day of July, 2024. Mover and a seconder, Councillor Baines, seconded by Councillor Perry. Questions or comments? Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Mayor. And I brought this question earlier to the CAO because it wasn't clear to me whether we were adding services that actually would have been over and above what had been budgeted for the OPP. And my understanding is this is just a requirement of the Solicitor General. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for explaining that. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. Consent agenda. So the motion recommendation is that council hear and receive the general consent agenda, and further that the information and opinions provided in the general consent agenda items are those of the authors and are not verified or approved as being correct. And we have several of them. First one, it's a letter from the BIA Board of Management, Arts Center Feasibility Study. The second one is the BIA Board of Management support for the draft community-based strategic plan. The next one is the County of Simcoe report, 10-year affordable housing and homelessness prevention strategy. The next one is the KLM planning, 2024 development charges review. The next one is P. Shaw's letter from about the Collingwood Arts Center. And the last one is the proclamation for Collingwood Pride Weekend. So I get a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Potts, seconded by Councillor Doherty. We'll vote for this and then see if anyone wants to pull. All those in favor receiving these? Thank you. It's unanimous. Anyone want to pull these? Councillor Jeffrey.
Just 11.1. 11.2 and 11.5.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, go ahead.
And for me, it's just simply to say that I assume that these will find their way to the appropriate files because they are significant input in terms of what we're considering. in terms of the Arts Center and our draft community-based strategic plan.
Okay, thank you. Noted. Okay. County report. I know the deputy mayor said there was nothing for today.
Nothing from me, Mayor Hammond.
Okay, thank you. So we have a couple of motions. The first one's for Councillor Jeffrey, and I'll turn it over to her.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. You notice mine are always really short. That an appropriate policy regarding the tree replacement townwide for municipally owned and controlled properties be instituted to enforce trees to be replaced at a 2-to-1 ratio or using a scientific method that ensures similar environmental benefits. And Councillor Doherty would like to second if that was.
Thank you, Councillor Doherty. Would you like to speak first or last?
I think it's self-explanatory. I'll speak last if necessary.
Okay. Anyone want to speak about this? Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And when we attended the orientation at the complex up at Campbell Street last week, when they spoke about doing some of the landscaping and putting trees in and gardening that, and how they're working with Pollinate Collingwood and that to achieve maximum. One of the things they talked about was the type of trees that they're using have an extensive root system that helps with runoff situations because it absorbs more into the ground. So it made me think of that when we were considering this motion. It talks about things, I think there's reference to environmental benefits. So I just want to make sure that when we're thinking about it, we're thinking about not just the canopy above, but the root system below, because it sounds to me like there are certain trees that are better for certain situations from a runoff standpoint. And unfortunately, I do think runoff is going to be a major thing over the long term. So that was just my comments, but I'm fully supportive of the motion.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. In a similar vein, I remember moving a notice of motion, gosh, I think the first month or two, about a 93-year-old that is famous across Canada for encouraging the planting of native maple trees in Canada as distinct from a Norway maple or whatever. I hope it's contingent upon this that we will be planting indigenous species of trees in Canada, certainly not the Manitoba maple. Perhaps it just goes without saying, but I'd be concerned if any did pop in, because I think for the tree canopy of the future that it's only appropriate that we use native Canadian indigenous trees. Thank you.
I'm just going to ask our director, Cubitt. I believe we do have a policy about planting native trees. Can you, is it in our forest management plan maybe?
Sorry, Your Worship, I would need to check in on that and report back.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's a really important thing that we've got. Yeah, go ahead.
Since the director's very new, I could probably add the answer to that one. We do have a resolution from council on the record about the planting of native trees. And one of the scopes of the new forester position is in fact to get together our planting plans and our intentions with respect to native trees and trees that are hardy in a street environment and a park environment and the like. So I think what both of the councillors, deputy mayor and councillor who just spoke, are in the plans to continue with tree planting, and then amounts, maybe contingent upon the vote you're just going to have. But I think that we are generally very supportive of trees.
Okay, well, thank you for that answer. I think that's really helpful. Okay, well, if there's no other, do you have anything more you wish to say, Councillor Jeffrey?
Maybe just to highlight that this gives us the ability to provide consistency and remove redundancy of staff having to continually come back and ask us in terms of tree replacement within our controlled owned properties. So
yeah. Yes.
If I could add to Councillor Jeffrey's remarks, it is also very important that our planting of trees take into consideration some of our, serious environmental implications, as the Deputy Mayor has just spoken to, runoff and the ability of different trees to absorb runoff, the ability of trees to grow quickly, ability of trees to absorb and retain greenhouse gases.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll bring this to a vote. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. Councillor Doherty, you have the next motion. I'll turn this to you.
Thank you very much. This is a motion that has just very recently come down. It is a joint motion with the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, AMO, and the Ontario Medical Association. And it is to address what we all know to be a serious issue in our province of physician shortages, particularly outside of the GTA. And I have asked for notice to be waived so that this motion can be passed in advance of the AMO conference in August. The recommendation is that notice be waived for the consideration of a motion to support AMO and OMA in their efforts in petitioning the province to fund healthcare and address physician shortages in Ontario. Recommendation is that whereas the state of healthcare in Ontario is in crisis with 2.3 million Ontarians lacking access to a family doctor.
Hold on here.
Doesn't she always read?
Right, sorry. Yeah, okay, she's making a good point.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, we have to deal with the waiving of the time to put this on the floor and to deal with it today, right? Okay, so that was the first recommendation, that notice be waived. And we have a seconder in Councillor Jeffrey. Any comment on that? All those in favor? That's been passed. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. 2.3 million Ontarians are lacking access to a family doctor, emergency room closures across the province, and patients being derostered, 40% of family doctors considering retirement over the next 5 years. And whereas it has become increasingly challenging to attract and retain an adequate healthcare workforce throughout the health sector across Ontario, and whereas Ontario municipal governments play an integral role in healthcare system through responsibilities in public health, long-term care, paramedicine, and other investments. And whereas the percentage of family physicians practicing comprehensive family medicine has declined from 77% in 2008 to 65% in 2022. And whereas per capita healthcare spending in Ontario is the lowest of all provinces in Canada. And whereas a robust workforce developed through a provincial sector-wide health human resources strategy would significantly improve access to health services across the province. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Town of Collingwood urge the Province of Ontario to recognize the physician shortage in Collingwood and Ontario, and to fund healthcare appropriately and ensure every Ontarian has access to physician care.
Okay, thank you. Would there be a seconder for this? Councillor Jeffrey, would you like to speak first or last?
I will speak last. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any comments, questions? Okay, I actually have a question, and it's for the CAO. Okay, in preparing for my meeting this morning with the minister, I was looking at my notes from when the Premier came, and I saw that one of the things we raised that I raised, I guess, was that we weren't eligible for funds from the province to give as incentives to doctors coming, but all the surrounding municipalities were, and we had the places where doctors were, where the hospital was and where the offices were. And I'm wondering if you know if that's still the case and whether it's worth, in your view, us building another sentence into this subject to your approval. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I had not looked it up again since the Premier had been here, but at the time did check with a few of the experts who had been involved in the physician recruitment. I don't know if it was a committee or task force at the time during the last council term. And I know that municipalities as close as the town of the Blue Mountains are, if a physician was to move to that municipality, would get an extra subsidization from the Ministry of Health that they would not receive if they set up their practice in Collingwood. And I think it was quite a bit, tens of thousands, if not 100,000. Yeah.
You know what? I'm now thinking about this more. I think I'll bring this as a separate motion. But where this is coming from, just to explain, is so last term I volunteered to sit on the regional South Georgian Bay Physician Recruitment Committee. And quickly, and the reason I asked to volunteer for that committee is I knew there was something preventing family doctors from setting up here in town. So through that committee and the hard work, I'll say, of the chair, June, and myself, discovered the problem was Collingwood was not called a high needs community in terms of physicians. And therefore, doctors were in a financial disincentive to set up practice in Collingwood. So we worked with the regional office of the Minister of Health, and we discovered that the problem was we had doctors here and for a population, but in fact, everybody around us was using our doctors. So the numbers were all skewed. So all to say, we got ourselves on the high needs list. And so there's no financial penalty. But I can see that this issue that the CAO is addressing with us, this is a hangover from us not being allowed to, have a doctor set up here. So I think I should bring a separate motion next time. But thank you for letting me think this through. Okay. All right. All those in favor? Oh, wait, did you speak already? No,
no, I didn't, but I would like to actually. This matter was brought up at our last AMO Board of Directors meeting. And it's self-evident that the province urgently needs to be investing in healthcare. But I think you can see from the motion where it is specifically asking for investment, like human resources investments in healthcare to address in part the fact that there are not a sufficient number of physicians and that they are not being encouraged to set up shop, as it were, out in secondary markets and smaller markets, small urban and northern. And we have all seen the result of that, where we have now municipalities pitted against each other, competing for physicians on a highest bidder formula. And what's really worse than that is the fact that not every municipality can afford to play that game, particularly municipalities in Northern Ontario. So it truly needs to be addressed on a wide range of issues. But it certainly would not preclude your bringing a motion, I think, to add to or as a follow-up to this at a later date. Thank you. Also, Councillor Jeffrey pointed out to me that I really should have asked for this to be copied to AMO so that they know that we have passed this motion. And so I will add that if I may. Clerk Almas.
Do we need that added to the motion, or is that just can do that? Okay, good. All right, all those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. So at this point, I'm looking for a mover and a seconder for this motion. The council hear and move into committee of the whole session. Councillor Potts, seconded by Councillor Ring. All those in favor? Thank you. And we'll just recess for 5 minutes so we can change chairs. Thank you.
No, we were just saying.
Thank you, committee. I will call the Committee of the Whole meeting to order, and we will start with staff report on our long-awaited community-based strategic plan presentation. And Ms. Hushin from Strategy Corp will be presenting, but I'm just wondering if staff want to make any introductory remarks.
I would just say thank you for the opportunity that this is very much council's plan. It's about where you want to focus and make your difference over the coming years. It will influence how staff interpret the proposals we make to you for budget and the like. And Stacey Hushin. Stacey Hushin, who's done a great job in listening to council and hopefully reflecting back at you updates that capture what you've said, is here to present the material. It's in the Committee of the Whole, so if there are public comments, you'll be able to hear those as well as we narrow in on where council will be taking us in the years to come.
Thank you, CAO, and welcome. We look forward to your presentation.
Great. Okay, thank you. Thank you to council for having me back once again. I'm very pleased to see Collingwood has returned to its natural state, which is sunny and lovely with blue sky. The drive, well, you councillors remember seeing me run in the rain to my car. I'm here today to present the draft strategic plan that has been long awaited since we embarked on this process late last fall. And if we could just move to the next slide. By way of introduction, especially for any members of the public in attendance, either here or online, just a reminder as to what we're here to talk about. The strategic plan is an important document for any organization, but especially for a municipality, given the breadth of services that you provide to your community. This plan is going to be a roadmap for the future that's going to inform, how you set priorities, how you build the budgets, how you direct staff about what work to undertake and when. And, it's going to be a really critical guiding document over the next 4 years and even beyond as we think to the long-term vision, which stretches far beyond just a 4-year term of a single plan. It's going to help council decide, make important decisions about where and how to invest limited resources. And if we recall the root definition of politics is really the scarce or the allocation of scarce resources. This strategic plan will help you make decisions about what to do with those scarce resources. And you'll also recall from some of our previous conversations that the strategic plan, there should be good alignment between that higher order document and everything that falls beneath it. The master plans, and I know there was just a discussion around the forthcoming downtown visioning master plan, as well as all of your other plans and your operational plans. Ultimately, a strategic plan should click into everything else you're doing, all of those other plans, like Lego. That's how you make sure that you've got a plan that works for your municipality and works for your community. The budget, as you'll recall, is also a key piece. And I say this time and time again, and hopefully someday you'll quote me on it, but it's that accelerator pedal. That's what's going to give life and effect to what you've put in this plan. That budget, through the budget, you can decide how much or how fast to go on a priority or an issue. You can also decide to take your foot off the gas and to say, maybe not now or not yet, but maybe someday. And, I think one of the key pieces here as well is that a strategic plan is only as good as it is effectively implemented. It's one thing to have a plan, but it's actually much more challenging to actually implement a plan. And Collingwood has a lot of plans. You've got a lot that you want and need to implement moving forward. And it'll be up to both council and staff to ensure that the items requiring resources are given those resources throughout the life cycle of this plan. Perhaps most importantly, the strategic plan is also a public commitment to the people you serve. It shows that you've heard their feedback and their input that they've provided to us over the last, anywhere from 6 to 9 months. It's also a document through which, the public can hold council and staff accountable to what's in it. And you'll be able to do this through regular reporting on progress and achievements, but also through reporting on maybe where you fell short or where you didn't hit your goals and course correcting. So in that way, the strategic plan can also be a bit of a living document, as well as that public commitment to the people that you serve. And if we can just move to the next slide. Just a reminder of the process. We're here now in this last stage, which is the finalization of the draft, and we're at the committee of the whole. And of course, there are, still opportunities to provide input as part of this process. We also, have the option to hear from the public on the draft plan as well. And of course, you have 2 documents before you. You have both my presentation on the screen, but also the full strategic plan document, which incorporates not only the framework that we've worked through here at council through a couple of workshops, but also those surrounding materials that will frame the plan in terms of how we conducted the process. What were some of the key insights that we had? And hopefully through your reading of that plan, you'll have seen some of your feedback captured there as well. We can just move to the next slide. I've always understood, and at Strategy Corp, our team has always understood that our role in strategic planning is to design and facilitate a process, not really to create the content. I'm here to capture what I've heard, to capture, what everybody is saying from council, staff, and the community, but really to help build a process that helps you design the content, that helps you bring forward the ideas that will become the backbone of the plan. Of course, one of my roles is also to help those ideas take shape in words and on brightly colored slides. But I think what we really want to ensure is that the strategic plan is reflective of your community, your input, as well as that of your staff team as well. And that's why it's so important that over all of these months that we've engaged in a fairly lengthy consultative process with, with the community and residents, with members of council, town committees, task forces, and boards, the BIA, the, town staff, the steering committee that was set up specifically to guide this process. So it's, a fairly wide consultation process. Plus, you can couple that with the survey that was led by Forum Research a few months ago, a first in the town's history. Ultimately, our role was to provide those opportunities for people to engage and to speak to us, and for us to listen. That's what we were here to do, is to listen. And, start to think about what that future-oriented map for the next 4 years actually looks like. And so that, it doesn't feel cookie cutter, that it feels like Collingwood. And we talked a lot at our last workshop about the Collingwood lifestyle. And I hope we've struck that balance. But of course, again, you have the opportunity to make changes. And I want to just pause and thank everyone throughout this process for their engagement, all members of council, members of town staff, community members, and of course, our steering committee made up of volunteers and active, members in the community as well, or who have a vested interest in supporting the public good here in Collingwood. I think, we're so thankful for everyone's attention and time as part of this process, especially when we know you folks have a lot of consultations going on right now, but we were impressed by the level of engagement that we saw throughout this process. And I've said this before and I'll say it again, but I think it's a testament to one of the key findings of this report, which is that your people are your strength and your resource. So if I can just move to the next slide here. Great, thank you. So our approach, was kind of based on 4 key principles that guided our process and hopefully, the outcome that you see before you. The first is that we understood that this is a plan that needs to be strategic. It has it in the very name, right? So we took that quite seriously in designing our approach. And you'll recall that I've said before, strategic plans exist along a spectrum. You've got some that are so high level, fluffy, blue sky, made up of a lot of very nice and inspiring words. words, but don't have a lot of meat to them. But then you've got strategic plans on the other side, which get so deep into the operational layers of an organization that you forget what the strategy was or what the direction you're supposed to be headed in looks like. So throughout this process, we tried to find the appropriate balance for Collingwood, knowing all of the work that the organization has undertaken over the last few years to really professionalize itself in terms of understanding the programs and services delivered by the municipality. We've heard time and time again that Collingwood punches above its weight, both in terms of the community, but also here at the town within the four walls of your town hall. And so what we wanted to do was bring forward a strategic plan that is truly strategic and not a laundry list of everything that you do, because you have all of those plans already. The second is that authenticity matters. While it can be helpful to know what's happening in other municipalities or key trends or, factors, the strategic plan needs to fit your organization, needs to fit your community as well. We did look at some of those big trends throughout our analysis, and you'll recall our fairly detailed environmental scan that we presented, I believe, back in the spring to you. And through that process, we asked, what are the things that are coming down the pipeline that the town needs to prepare for? What are the opportunities that the town should think about how best to seize now versus, 10 years from now? But what are those big threats that are on the horizon that we also want the strategic plan to help us prepare for? And I will say that I drove through an insane rainstorm the last time I was here, and it sounds like you guys and everybody south of you had a heck of a rainstorm last week. So that would be one of those things that I was thinking of on my drive back. But, I would also say the strategic plan needs to reflect where you are today as well. There are things that you have yet to make a decision on that you'll need to decide in the future. We also heard about future ambitions for the town that you may not be fully ready to realize today, but maybe in the future. And I'm thinking of the direction as part of this strategic plan to align the town's priorities and goals with those of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, particularly SDG 11, Sustainable Cities. And so this strategic plan provides you with a starting point to really undertake that work and evolve it over the next 4 years. You weren't going to be able to do that in just one strategic planning cycle, but it's going to be a path and an evolution moving forward as you work towards those targets and building that alignment between what you're doing and what is in those sustainable development goals. The third is that, as I've said, we're focused on delivering a plan that can actually be implemented. There's nothing that, gives consultants greater nightmares than the thought of a nice looking document sitting on a shelf somewhere and not being used. And so, we brought that kind of attention to the work that we've done with you over the last couple of weeks. We also, as you know, worked with your staff to start to understand some of the operational items already underway, some of the big projects already underway that may need to continue as part of this strategic plan. And your staff in some ways have already gone above and beyond in terms of identifying some of the more granular tactics or projects or action items that they will consider bringing forward to you as, in the fall as part of the budget process or the annual business planning process. That's how the plan is going to get implemented. But of course, you'll be there every step of the way because you make the decisions. And so and I'll say this probably at the end of my presentation too, the strategic plan, it can feel like an ending point, but really it's just the beginning of an agenda that'll set the stage for the next few years. And of course, another way that we thought about implementation is through the language that we use throughout the plan. And hopefully some of you will recall my very first workshop here where I said language matters, that verbs matter because they do. They do. We have items in this plan where they are outside of your direct control in terms of what the town can invest in, regulate, or directly deliver. We just heard the passing of a motion related to physician recruitment, which speaks to one of the strategic actions in this plan. That's why we used words like collaborate, convene, advocate for, because Collingwood doesn't have to go it alone. Collingwood can rely on other governments, partners, your community as well to move these priorities forward, especially in those areas that you as a local municipality don't have full control or jurisdiction over. The fourth key principle was that the plan needs to have some directionality. There needs to be some level of prioritization. You need to know whether you're going to be focusing on something or doing more or maybe doing less in some cases. There needs to be, any good map will give you a sense of the direction that you're headed into. And so we wanted to make sure that that was part of this plan. But at the same time, a caution also is that flexibility is important, that as you move forward, you're going to want to make sure that you're reconsidering the plan where you may need to make changes down the line due to unforeseen circumstances. And the COVID-19 pandemic is a great example of, one of those circumstances that upended a lot of municipal strategic plans in 2020. You had a plan, but then something came and, drove a truck through that plan. And many municipalities, and I'm sure you're similar, needed to pivot, and I hesitate to say that word, but to pivot, to refocus on the emergency response. And so we want to make sure that this strategic plan isn't a set of handcuffs, but really a set of opportunities. And the last is that, we wanted this plan to have the confidence of all of its interested parties. And so by that, I mean council, staff, and the community. If there isn't the buy-in to the plan, or if people feel like they haven't been heard, or I don't see their feedback, reflected in the plan, oftentimes that's the first reason why something won't get implemented, right? You attack the process as a means of attacking the plan itself. And so this is why we left it to council to really map out those key strategic directions. Then we worked with staff to understand if this is what council wants to do, what are some of the things that we could do or are doing that would support these goals? And then, of course, just a few weeks ago, I brought that back to you, and we had another workshop to really look at, are there other things that we should be doing? And you'll see in the draft strategic plan and the accompanying document to this that we added some additional actions, adjusted the wording. I think it's important because ultimately we want all of the parties for whom this plan is for to feel like it reflects their priorities, their concerns, as well as those big opportunities that they see for the future. That's one of the surest success criteria for a strategic plan that people actually pull out of their desks and show me when we're meeting 4 years down the line. So if we could just move to the next slide. In terms of just some guiding insights that helped frame our approach to developing this strategic plan, I think it almost goes without saying, but it's worth saying, especially for everybody who's perhaps listening, that Collingwood is home to significant natural, cultural, historic assets and human capital that can be built upon for the future. There's a strong foundation here that, again, starts with the people. People are what make Collingwood great, and they're that secret ingredient, I think, to what is going to make it even better in the future. Collingwood is growing, of course, and even though you have an approved official plan, which I believe was approved while we've been doing this project, it's also at an interesting juncture in its path as a municipality as it thinks about what are we going to look like in the years ahead. What does this growth look like? What is our downtown going to look like? And we know that there are also several exciting projects in the years ahead, from the grain terminals to the Poplar Health and Wellness Village, that have the potential to transform Collingwood. And transformation doesn't always have to mean change. It can mean evolution as well. But we also heard that this growth needs to be accompanied by an approach that makes sure that it's integrated, that you still feel a sense of place, a sense of belonging when you come to Collingwood, that you're capitalizing on everything that makes up that Collingwood lifestyle, not drawing away from it. We also know that as part of this growth, of course, the town is advancing or considering some significant capital projects, from from the water plant to, the wastewater plant or the wastewater treatment plant, which I think is not so far off, an arts center, potentially a multi-use recreation facility, potentially the new hospital where it will need to contribute its share. That's a long list of some pretty big ticket items. We also heard throughout the process, and you'll recall the survey completed by Forum Research, that housing is the #1 priority for residents in the community. And while the town has already approved a fairly ambitious affordable housing master plan, again, you've got a plan, but a plan needs to have teeth, and that'll come in the implementation. And there will, of course, be and already have been funding requests as part of that. And at the same time, one of the things we heard throughout the process, and even from some members of council, that all of these investments and opportunities, future decisions will need to be balanced against affordability for residents and what residents can afford. Like many municipalities, the needs are greater than ever. And we've had conversations here about the need for more mental health supports, homelessness prevention and response initiatives, among others. There's a real, I think, sense that you want a community here where everyone can thrive, regardless of age, sex, income, ethnicity, and all other facets of, demography. But of course, your resources are constrained, and that's not a fault of your own, but more that we in the municipal sector continue to have a funding model that was designed in the 19th century that poorly meets 21st century needs. And AMO and others are working on this, but this is the reality in which you will make your decisions. A last point, I'd like to again mention that there's a lot here that in this strategic plan that is not within your control. But at the same time, and we heard from your community that these are top of mind issues for them. And so the days of being able to say, sorry, pal, that's not what we do per the Municipal Act, don't hold anymore, in part because the Municipal Act does give you some broad powers in some areas, for example, climate change or community well-being, but that comes without any tools or funding resources to really be able to do anything tangible in those areas. And so again, what you can do and what you have the power to do is to continue to convene and to advocate and to work with your partners, the South Georgian Bay region, the provincial and federal governments. And already what I've heard a little bit of tonight, at least those last few motions at the end and some of the discussion around them, speaks to that work that's underway already. So if we can just move to slide 8. So this is your strategic plan on a page. It's quite difficult to put all of the different facets of the plan here, but you and members of the public have the accompanying document, which spells out more of the strategic actions as well as the process and some of those key insights built out a little bit more. What we've done since the last time we had the opportunity to spend time with you all was, we took the feedback and input from the session and made revisions. It may not look exactly as you would have perhaps wanted in every case, or, you may have had a word in mind that maybe isn't reflected here. And I think, that's the fun of group work, is that ultimately we need to go with the consensus. But as I've said, this is just the draft plan. And so we do welcome any opportunities for adjustments. But what's important is that this feel like council's plan, and that you as a council have consensus on what's in here and the path forward, because ultimately you make decisions around this very fine horseshoe that I'm facing today. You make decisions about how to prioritize, where to invest, what programs and services to deliver as a group. And so it's important, that we have that consensus on this critical document moving forward. In terms of the vision, I think we heard, we'd like something short. So we've got the super short version here, which is 3 words: sustainable, connected, vibrant. You can see how this would work quite quite well from a communication standpoint. But then we've also got the longer version. Collingwood is an inclusive community that offers a healthy and active lifestyle in a beautiful waterfront setting, anchored by a responsible government, strong business network, and historic animated downtown. And there were a couple of revisions there as well. Then the next layer down in the plan, we've got the mission and values. These are key elements that will support the town's pathway in terms of its continued success moving forward. These will guide the work of staff as well as all of you as council, but ideally also the community and the volunteer network that you have surrounding you to support you as you undertake this work. And in the detailed version, we did make some tweaks to the values based on the feedback provided. They're just not here. And then we have the 3 pillars that speak to, the vision and your community priorities. And so the first is sustainable, which, I know we had some discussion last time about what the right word may be there. So if we'd like to have that again, just to land as a group, that might be constructive. And this includes exploring more opportunities to create more housing that's affordable, that's accessible to meet the range of needs in your community, understanding that, the housing spectrum is wide and there is needs that stretch across it. This also focuses on helping to drive growth in a way that is complete when we think about complete communities and puts people first or is people centric, right? Or people scaled in a way so that, you can go from one end of Collingwood to the other and it still feels like Collingwood, not like, you look across the road and you're facing Brampton, let's say. So we heard that there's an interest in making sure that we've got that sustainable, integrated community feel that remains. In this plan as well, under this pillar, we also have a more explicit and focus on climate change and emergency planning, particularly as it relates to climate change, which again, very, very timely given the weather this summer and thus far. But I think what we've heard from all of you and from others and even broader trends in the external environment is that this is an area that is only going to grow in concern and scope for municipalities. So how can you support, your community in adopting more sustainable ways of living, but also do your part as a town to reduce emissions? Included here is also, thinking about emergency management planning, continuing to advance stormwater management planning as well to help grapple with the ways in which our climate is changing. The second pillar really takes community as its core, focusing on how to build that sense of belonging and well-being among the community through arts, culture, events, including the potential, new arts center in the downtown. But it's also about finding ways for people to connect, right? Building that and continuing to grow that sense of intimacy that I find so compelling about Collingwood, where people know each other and want to help each other and are willing to give their time to support the town. Here we're also zeroing in the concept of Collingwood and its healthy and active lifestyle, which we heard were 2 of the most popular words throughout our survey process. This, under this goal would include helping or finding opportunities for people to stay active, looking at the feasibility study for the multi-use recreation facility, prioritizing active transportation, cycling and walking and other modes as well. And the third goal is really around community safety and well-being. And this includes continued support for the hospital, advocacy for more physicians, mental health supports, as well as working with the county and community partners and agencies to help address the needs of the underhoused in your community. The last community-focused pillar is vibrant, and it continues to build on the work that's already being undertaken to grow and diversify Collingwood's economy, support local businesses. You have a thriving local business community. You have entrepreneurs here who want to help you in that endeavor as well. As well as starting to consider and reflect on Collingwood's role in the wider region and what kind of role it wants to play in driving economic prosperity and growth. But of course, to grow the economy, you also need workers to fill the positions of your local businesses, of your industries. And, you know, here we've heard a lot over the past couple of months about the need for focused attention to workforce development here in the town. And there's work underway, but there's also, you know, continuing to work with the county on some of its initiatives, but also thinking about how you can harness your own people through training here in the town, through enhanced educational opportunities, including potentially a new post-secondary institution, but also using the town itself as an asset. How could you, you know, we could have an intern here supporting us. Sarah could have an intern here supporting us tonight to also get youth more involved in the town. And these community pillars are anchored by one that relates to the town itself. And this is council and staff. This is the responsible government pillar. These goals here are really focused around fostering an accessible, accountable, and responsible local government. So, you know, I've said you continue to punch above your weight. And through this plan, you're going to continue to strive for excellence, continuing to look for opportunities to drive more efficient, more effective services, to, you know, prepare for and integrate new technologies, to make sure that you have the staff and the expertise you need to really move forward with a lot of these priorities. This also includes, within this goal, working to maintain the town's financial health. You know, and we had a discussion last time about, you know, the town has a strong financial position currently. How can you ensure that that remains the case through, you know, appropriate long-term planning for some of those capital investments, looking at new opportunities to generate revenue, you know, as you're able to within the confines of the Municipal Act. But this also sends a message around that balancing with affordability for residents, that you are keeping an eye on the town's financial position and that you will work as best you can to make sure that it continues to be strong moving forward. This plan also includes a stronger focus than in previous years on advocacy and collaboration. You've got a specific goal here with some tactics beneath it. And, you know, by putting it in your strategic plan, it's really going to give license to the town to develop an advocacy strategy and to chase that and to, you know, start implementing it through, you know, some of the tactics that you're already doing, active participation in AMO, delegations, engagement, you know, at the province and federal governments, both at the council, the elected official level, but also among staff. And there's a final goal on on a healthy local democracy. The town has done an excellent job at working to engage its community, at working to continue to think about how you can do this well, how you can look to new tools or methods to open up local government to the people that you serve. You know, I've heard many times about Coffee with Council, which I think is an important initiative, and I applaud you for that. But this is an area where the work is never done. You're never going to be complete. And we heard in particular that there's a desire to better engage youth specifically in local government, not only to get them more active, but also to potentially think about how you could diversify on council, right? How you can encourage more people to want to get involved in local politics through running for office. And I commend this council for having their eye on the future in this way.
You have about 2 minutes. Are you close to?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. I have just the last slide. So if Sarah, you can just move me down. So just in terms of implementation, you know, the question is always what happens after we've approved the plan? What's the next step? You know, I will leave Collingwood, hopefully not for the last time, because I've developed an affinity for some of the shops and restaurants and coming up here. But there are several activities that will be undertaken once this plan is approved to start moving it forward. And the first is, you know, transforming what's in the plan into action items to inform the operational plan and the budget process, which, you know, are kicking off right now. The second is to come back to you with progress reports on how it's going through, an annual report that will allow you and your community to have sightlines into, the progress that's being made, as well as maybe where some of the challenges are, so that you can correct the path moving forward. And the last kind of key implementation tactic is to communicate it. Not only to communicate the plan, but to communicate what you've achieved coming out of the plan. Municipalities are notoriously bad about patting themselves on the back when they, do something great. But I think it's important. What's in here is ambitious. What's in here reflects what we've heard from your community. And you would do well to actually go out and celebrate those successes so that they know about them moving forward. So that's, and I'm sure your CAO and senior leadership team have thoughts as well on what happens after, but those are some of the success factors that we deem critical to implementation. So thank you, and I welcome your comments.
Thank you very much. Such a well-anticipated exercise and report. Committee, we are about 15 minutes after our usual break time. What's the consensus? Would we like to break now and then come back for discussion? Or would you like to carry on, complete this exercise, and then we'll take a break? Deputy Mayor.
Chair Doherty, perhaps it would be good to ask if anybody in the audience, either in the gallery or on I'm in favor of taking a break and then having our discussion, because I think it could be a little bit lengthy, but I'll see what everybody else says. But
okay. Anybody else? Okay, well then Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. I'm in favor of just going on with it. Like, I'm sure you have to drive to Hamilton, right? So
I will defer to.
That's just my opinion, but for what it's worth, thank you.
Okay. All right, terrific. I think we will carry on then, because we do have folks in the audience as well, and then we will take a break after a robust discussion. Thank you. So I will turn over to our gallery. Is there anyone who has thoughts or questions with regard to this strategic plan presentation? No one in the gallery. Is there anyone online? Okay, there's no one online. So let's just jump right into it then. So the recommendation is that the Committee of the Whole supports the draft community strategic plan as presented and recommends the plan be forwarded to Council for final consideration on July 29th, 2024. May I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Jeffrey, Councillor Ring. Thoughts, comments, questions? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. Firstly, thank you to Strategy Corps for your excellent work with council and staff to get us this plan to this stage. I have a few comments on this latest draft in no particular order. Regarding the strategic vision, I like the shortened version to the point that the only comment I have is, and a couple of these comments, I think I can just make them and then let others talk. I'm not putting it on the table for discussion necessarily, but I'm just wondering if, from a grammar standpoint, it shouldn't have a historic animated downtown. So there's that comment. Under the mission, I'm having a lot of difficulty with the and. Mm-hmm. So a suggestion is, would it work removing the one and in front of advocacy? And I do notice in the document that we tend to say collaboration and advocacy rather than advocacy and collaboration. So a suggestion is, should that be uniform? And again, just food for thought. The next one under values, I was looking at the slides that we were given ahead of time to view, and I noticed that financial didn't have anything in the box. And now in the slides you presented, it showed sustainability, but the document actually says financial stewardship. So I'm thinking that stewardship is the right word. And again, just food for thought. The wording in under financial stewardship continues to say Collingwood's long-term financial health. And my thought had been that it doesn't really tell anybody necessarily what the health situation is, but in the document it talks about strong health. So again, my suggestion is that it reads something like maintaining Collingwood's healthy long-term financial position. And then under page 10, under pillar 3, under vibrant, I do notice that it says regional center in the first bullet. And in my opinion, I think that should be partner, because that would align better with the document which talks about regional partnerships. So again, those are just food for thought things. It wasn't meant to generate conversation necessarily here, but those are what I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Would you care to respond to those comments or take them under advisement, or how would you like to handle that?
I think if council is agreeing, and I saw some agreement, that we can make those changes in fairly short order. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Terrific. Thank you. Anyone else? Questions, comments? Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just first, I'm doing Councillor Perry's channeling of Councillor Baines, but if my name could be spelled correctly on page 2, I'd be eternally grateful. I think for the most part, I found it difficult because I didn't have the copy that showed us that tracked the changes, but understanding we're in committee of whole now, we have between now and council to review that and decide if we feel like there's something we're really passionate about that should be there. The one for me, though, that I do have, and I sent the wording ahead to the clerk and I changed it a little after I sent it to her, is the inclusion of the Poplar Health and Wellness Village in the same vein as what we did with Terminals Point. For the action portion under pillar number 2, item 3, that is, if you just follow down to pillar 2, page 9. Thank you. CAO just says page 9. That I would propose including leverage the ongoing Poplar Health and Wellness Village development project to create a world-class health campus, including a new hospital, public space, employment opportunities, and workforce housing features proposed for the site. So mirrored very much the format we used for Terminals Point. So that would move probably that amendment because I should.
Okay, Ms. Cushion?
Could that language be passed through to via email to us if you sent it to the clerk? Or just, I got down 70%, but I want to make sure I get it right. And I also assume I saw some nodding heads that council's in agreement with this amendment. I know at the last meeting there was discussion around whether or not we should call out Poplar Wellness Village. So I think
that's why I'm proposing an amendment for council to vote on. So
thank you. And we'll get your name right. And I'm sorry we did that because
that's okay.
People misspell my name all the time.
Yeah, no, it pops up from time to time.
So if council would like to discuss.
Any other comments or questions? Councillor Baines?
Thank you. This is perhaps directed more to the mayor than anyone. In regard to page 10, point 2, build our local a labor force, enhance the vibrancy of Georgian College and attract a university to provide more opportunities for residents to stay, learn, and grow. Mightn't that also, and I don't want to water this down at all, but an alternative or another community college perhaps sometime in the future be, if because the universities, and I'd be pleased to hear what the mayor would have to comment on this, may look at us and say, well, you're too small, but another college or a branch college, just another educational institution, is, I suppose, is what I'm saying, because I think, quote, the competition might be healthy. And I think there's a need for that, or will be, certainly, if we grow as we're planning to in the next 10 or 20 years. So I just like the wiggle room in there to not necessarily hook your star to a university, but perhaps another alternative college. That's just my comment. Thank you.
Other comments? Mair Hamlin.
Well, if I can just respond to that. I think it's totally okay to add in, you know, another college or another post-secondary, but I would like to leave university in there because I'm, you know, it's on my mind all the time. I asked the minister today if he knew of any. I'm going to a York University sporting event in the summer, and I hope to press them on a satellite campus. So nothing may come of all of this, but I have not given up. I'm just starting. So I don't want to take that out. Oh, yeah. And well, and Lakehead's, you know, offering some programming here, and we're working with them as well. It's fair to say. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or oh, sorry, Mair Hamlin.
Yes. I just wanted to respond to the Deputy Mayor's suggestion that we not identify ourselves as a regional center for economic activity. And I think I've been using the word a regional hub. Center's about the same, I guess. But I do like that because it means something, and it is true. We are a regional center or hub of economic activity, and we have the Small Business Enterprise Center. We have the industries here. We have the only business park. And as we continue to grow, and perhaps we don't know what we'll be needing to ask the province for to support this, but, you know, we have most of the retail. We've got we are the service center in terms of medical or accountants or legal or what have you. So I think we should be encouraging that. Just speaking for the town of Collingwood, this is one of our features that we want to build upon. And I don't know why we would want to water that down. So I'm not in support of that change. Yeah.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
I'll respond to that then, please. I disagree. I think that we are a regional partner. I'm not going to call ourselves a hub or a center. I think there's many aspects about Wasaga and Town of Blue Mountains and even Clairview that are contributing to our well-being, and we contribute to theirs. So I definitely favor changing center. And I missed the one where hub was used on page 2 in the message. And I'd like to see them both replaced with partners. So I'll be bringing that, I guess, forward as an amendment. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I would like to speak to Councillor Jeffrey's motion once it's on the table, or amendment, because I don't understand it totally. So, and I'd like to see the words.
Okay. If there are no other comments, then it looks like we have a couple of proposed amendments. Councillor Jeffrey, would you like to proceed with yours? And we can maybe have a little bit more of a discussion on that.
So I'll just read it in. To leverage the
quick comments, can we pop that up? That's
and if I could, Chair, through to the clerk. The word I did change, I took out of and put proposed for at the very last line. Very, very last line of and put in proposed for. I had followed the wording of the terminals and that was more of a natural features. So it was a different, I just needed to change it a little.
Okay. Do we have a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Potts. Discussion.
If I could just speak to it, Madam Chair, I think it's critically important for us. This is a pretty major vision that we need to be keeping tabs on. We've all voted in favor of the steps thus far, and I think it's as important as Terminal's point for us only in this term as a wellness if you will, a wellness campus. And I think it's critically important for us as we grow to be able to provide that to our residents and all the other components that go with it, which I've listed there. So that's the intent, that we need to continually move these things along or work with them. And we continue to do that already.
Thank you. Comments, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Chair Doherty. I support it. I was thinking about Mr. McCrank's earlier comments, and when I brought up the work on terminals revitalization, and he mentioned the fact that they're working very closely with the Popular Health and Wellness on initiatives as well. And I've often thought it's probably going to be very difficult to get the government to change the Ontario Building Code in regards to green development standards. But perhaps one or two or three of our key projects that are coming up through the efforts of staff and our service provider, and that if we can introduce some green standard ourselves without having to do it from a policy, like just from a participation standpoint. So I was thinking at the time when Councillor Jeffrey put her wording on, should we put in there something about energy? But I really do believe staff have that in mind when they're looking at the wording you've put forward and the wording in the terminals. It doesn't need to get specific like that. So that's why I'll be supporting it.
Okay, if I can just ask you to clarify, or I can also ask the mover. So I'm not sure how you're seeing green development standards working specifically into this proposed amendment.
I think the intention of the amendment is to capture that Terminals Point and Popular Health and Wellness are key initiatives for us. And it does give some verbiage in that regard. I don't see a need to put in there about green development standards and things like that could be achieved. But we talked about the district energy project at terminals, and as I said, I'm thinking of items like that as being part of those actions and goals that we have.
Okay, so not to include that wording, but just that it should be under consideration. Mayor Hamlin. Oh, and I see Director Valentine also has her card up. So we'll get some comments from our director.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity. I wouldn't typically weigh in this conversation, but I did feel compelled to bring to your attention that there is a difference, certainly from a planning perspective, between the Poplar Health and Wellness Village, which is an entirely private development, and the Terminals Point, which is a very clear public-private partnership where the municipality is driving the vision and standards and the various criteria for that development. It's not to say that we shouldn't be supportive, certainly, of the Poplar Health and Wellness Village, but you are the approval authority for a wide variety of Planning Act applications, which will be coming to you over the next 2 to 5 years. And you have specifically noted leveraging the development project, of which you still may wish to amend, object, alter those Planning Act applications when they come before you. So perhaps a minor change, which seems minor, but actually could have quite a big effect, that you're not sort of circumventing through this process your future land use planning decisions or somehow prejudicing those. Perhaps rather than reference to development project, it would be leverage the Popular Health and Wellness Village vision.
Okay, so we're making that adjustment. Okay. Mayor Hamlin.
Yeah.
First of all, it says the ongoing. So I just have to say, you know, I think discussions are happening in the hospital, but we haven't, since the administrator's approval, there hasn't been any submission of planning documents or anything to say that it's ongoing. And we know it's still on the watch list for the ministry. So if council is of a mind,
Council is of a mind for this to go ahead. I think we should take out the ongoing. Maybe it should be the proposed Popular Health and Wellness Village vision. But I just have to say I have some hesitation in supporting a private business, a private developer, and we're picking one in our strategic plan. I'm really happy about emphasizing the hospital. I know that we already have in here advocate, what does it say here? Continue to support the hospital board in advancing progress on a new state-of-the-art regional hospital in Collingwood. We could say on Poplar if we wanted, and explore future opportunities for the existing hospital site. I think that's definitely something we need to talk about. I think we've covered off the world-class health campus because we've said advocate for expanded access to primary care physicians, medical specialists, and mental health services and resources for those who need them. But I'm just worried, since we have so many votes ahead of us on their planning applications, that we're not making it look like we're biased. And there's also people who have sites that are abutting these or across the street. And I wouldn't want, if the Popular Health and Wellness Village thinks they're a competition to their employment opportunities or their housing, or, you know, we can't possibly predict that, you know, this is used as a hammer to say, hey, you can't support anybody but us. I've never seen, I'll just say, and not that I'm the world expert, but in a strategic plan, a community supporting a particular development. You know, you can support hospitals, you can support public spaces, you can support employment opportunities, workforce housing, but not for a particular developer. Like I don't, and who still needs all his approvals and who's already told us that he's going to be bringing a change in the vision forward. We don't know what that's going to be. Well, what if we don't like it? So I'm just so reluctant to take an individual. I am happy to pull things out of here, but I won't support this.
Councillor Ring.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. I would have to agree with Mayor Hamlin. I'm having an issue with supporting a particular developer in a strategic plan. I've never seen that any strategic plans I've worked with. You maybe talk about the things that developers do, but not specify in one particular developer. So I'm really having a hard time for all the reasons the mayor just gave on including it in our strategic plan.
Thank you. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you. So I think people are reading into this a lot more than what needs to be. And I think staff took care of the wording in terms of replacing a development project with the vision. I think if we're not planning strategically for one of the most impactful proposals that have come to us or been brought to us through whatever process, if we aren't working toward that vision somehow, and if it's the original vision is the one we've liked and we've based it all on so far, I think that, you know, I really think that we better hope that we're strategically working with this to make it something really positive for our community. And I don't know what everybody's so afraid of because I'm not really seeing it.
Thank you. Mair Hamlin.
I just have a question for staff and maybe whether it's our CAO or our Director of Planning. That's a good question. Do we have the abilities to strategically work with this developer without having it in our strategic plan?
I think we'll let the director answer that one.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, I certainly believe we do. We have a development agreement that binds us to a process to move forward once the developer makes a variety of applications. Council has publicly supported the vision for the Popular Health and Wellness Village in the past. So staff were certainly prepared to work collaboratively with the developer as an elevated priority as this project moves forward.
Thank you. I'm going to ask our presenter, Ms. Hushian, if you have any comments with regard to this amendment or proposed amendment.
I do not. I think that this is the type of decision that needs to be made by council, and having this discussion is perhaps where we didn't get to the last time. Having spent time with all of you and with your community, I can see both sides to this discussion, but I do believe it is deserving of direction from council.
Very good, thank you. And Councillor Ring.
Thank you very much, Chair Doherty. One of the reasons why I'm throwing caution here is exactly what Director Valentine come back and tried to make amendments to the wording was there, because I don't think, and I don't want to put words in her mouth. I took it that she's a little cautious of the wording that was in there, and just changing a few words might ease the pain a little bit, but it's still there. I'm just hoping it doesn't come back to bite us down the road looking like we're biased for in any decision making we make, because it doesn't have to be, as far as I'm concerned. It was just mentioned that we could be part of a strategic plan without being in our strategic plan. So that's where I'd rather go.
Thank you. Clerk Almas.
Thank you. I just need clarity. It was referenced similar to where the Terminals Point project was referenced, and I'm sorry if I missed it, because that was under the goal, enhance the downtown and waterfront as a place to be, where we say leverage the ongoing Terminals Point redevelopment project. Carrying on, where specifically were you thinking this amendment was going? What section?
Pillar 2 and item 3 under connected.
Pillar 2, item 3, support a community that is safe and well. Under that section. Okay.
Thank you. I saw Councillor Bain's card. Did you wish to comment?
Yeah, I'm of two minds of this. I understand both points. And perhaps there's something in the middle along the lines of to monitor, support, and assist appropriately deemed developments in order to not develop, but build the town to a greater strength. Something, I don't know, that's a poorly chosen word, but it's to leave it open so that future councils presumably can, when the appropriate time comes, wade in. I'm sensitive to what Councillor Ring said as well at this point, perhaps, but it could be such a force in this community that to be late to the party could be challenging for us, and I wouldn't want to be late to the party on this one. So it's a real balancing act. So at the very least, I'd like to send a message to future councils to be sure to monitor this, and at the appropriate time, if they're pleased with the progress the development is making, see how they could tangibly assist and indeed promote, so that more businesses of this type, if it really develops successfully, would be attracted as well. I quite see Councillor Jeffrey's vision there, if you were to supporting this at this point, at least to be aware of it, I suppose. And I don't know how I frame that other than I will think about this for the 29th.
Thank you. So Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. I'm just going to add a point to what I said earlier, and that's that I look at the word leverage, and I don't think leverage is putting us in any kind of position where we're favorable or anything like that. We're talking about it being on our radar. And the other point about it being a single developer, the Terminals Point redevelopment project involves a significant investment by a developer. And again, we're not saying anything in my view with what we say about the Terminals Point redevelopment project that puts us in any kind of a situation where we're favoring that developer. So I'm going to continue to support it as it is awarded. Thank you.
Okay, I think we've had good discussion. I'd like to call the vote. Oh, yes, Councillor Ring.
If I could make an amendment, I should make it before we vote on this one.
I think we would need to defeat this one. Yeah, so you'd have to bring it in as a, yeah.
It's not changing the intent, but it is changing the wording.
Okay.
I don't know whether I don't consider it.
Yeah.
You might.
So
motion, but
what would it?
I would just like to get the same message across that it's in your strategic plan, and just put leverage the vision to create a world-class health campus, including a new hospital, public space, employment opportunities, and workforce housing feature and proposed for the site. Yeah, just take out popular health and wellness village. Everybody knows what you're referring to without naming them.
Do you, Councillor Jeffrey, you consider that to be friendly? Okay. Okay, so we have an amendment. We've had good discussion. So I will call the vote. Yeah. Nodding? Yes. Okay. Thank you. All right. Then now, Mair Hamlin.
I'm just wondering, if those words are taken out, we're still left with for the site. How does that fit into someone trying to read this document?
Ms. Hushin.
Could you put the address?
No. So
or the area of town?
Is it leveraged the what was I going to say? The vision for our community to have. Leverage the vision for our community to have a world-class health campus, including a new hospital and public space. And just leave it at that. Don't talk about employment and housing. Those are the things that are going to get us into trouble with other developers. And, we're supporting this. Even this morning, we mentioned, I have said so many times to this developer, I'm happy to go out and sell this development to this community, to any potential investors. Like, we're behind this development. This is a huge thing for us to have in our community, but I think we just have to be a little careful in terms of being biased for other developers. Leverage the community vision to create a world-class health campus, including a new hospital and public space. And public space. Yeah, that's how I think would get us out of trouble.
Okay.
They've got 5 kilometers of trail.
Councillor Jeffrey. That's I'm asking Councillor Jeffrey if she would consider that to be friendly. I beg your pardon?
Councillor Houston would like to speak, and I don't believe he's spoken yet.
No, he has not. That's right.
Thank you. I think if we're removing the majority of that, then what we're stating there, other than the public space, is already covered under Pillar 2, which makes that entire thing not really necessary. I would actually prefer to put the Poplar Health and Wellness Village back into it.
Okay. Why don't we vote on Councillor Jeffrey's amendment and see how that goes? And then if it doesn't go, then we will consider the mayor's.
If I may. So mine, as I agreed to with Councillor Ring, was leverage the ongoing vision to create a world-class health campus, including a new hospital and public space. And we're including a new hospital and surrounding amenities. Can I do that? Yeah. And then get rid of the rest.
Okay.
That is the ongoing vision.
So are we still including the word ongoing? Leverage the ongoing vision? Councillor Jeffrey?
It is ongoing, or proposed maybe. Leverage the proposed vision to create a world-class health campus. And take out ongoing.
Thank you.
Wowzers.
Okay. I have to admit that I'm kind of along the lines of Councillor Houston, that, you know, this is becoming so generic as to really not be necessary in my view. But that's just me. I'm just
the vote does. But in response to that, I believe also that it's one of our most unique things, and it will, in of itself, I think it warrants that line.
Mayor Hamlin?
Yeah, I just wanted to see, I agree. It does identify a world-class health campus. So that's not too generic, in my view.
Okay. Unless it's really, really good. Okay. Are you, you're still good? Yeah, okay. So, the proposed amendment as amended, call the vote then. All in favor? And opposed, if any? Thank you. Okay, boy, lots of discussion. Now, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I'd like to propose an amendment that hub be replaced by partner, and I'll speak to it last if I get a seconder.
Is there a seconder for the Deputy Mayor? Councillor Jeffrey. Are you seconding or asking to speak? Okay, then go ahead. Speak.
I had two cards going. It is on page, if I'm in the right spot, page 2, under message from the Mayor and Council.
Yeah.
And I'm maybe, I agree that I believe that hub and center need to come out, but I would like to see their wording, maybe collaboration with our neighbors in providing regionally, I don't know, regionally driven, whatever services that are needed. I need the collaboration part in there. I just don't think we need to be going out and pulling a Big Brother thing where we're doing everything and you just follow along because that's what we want to do. So I think if we had some kind of collaborative wording in there, it might be better. And if that's how we do it with just partner, then it's good.
Clerk Almas, can we put that one up on the screen, please? Looking for it, yeah. Yeah. I'm kind of, that's why I'm asking you to put it up, because I can't find it either. No, okay.
My letter.
It's my letter at the beginning of the document. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so, okay, we see it on the screen now. So, comments and questions. Councillor Houston and Councillor Baines.
Thank you. I actually don't see a problem with calling ourselves a regional hub because, I mean, we were named #1 town for entrepreneurship by CFIB. We're the home of Community Future South Georgian Bay. We're the home of the Small Business Enterprise Center that serves South Georgian Bay. I don't think there's anything wrong with putting the stake in the ground and saying we are a regional hub because I think we have been for quite a while.
Yes. Councillor Baines.
I agree and concur with Councillor Houston's comments. Rose by any other name. Having said that, I think it's wonderful to say collaboration in there. You know, we will collaborate, but I agree we are, in fact, and I think most communities around us would recognize that we're a regional hub. And I don't think that's necessarily offensive to any of them. My own opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? I'm inclined to agree actually with Councillor Houston on that we are a hub. And I also believe that the whole tenor of this plan does indicate collaboration. We're talking about regionality in many different areas, and we're talking about collaboration. So I see no need for, in my opinion, for this change. Last word, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. So we've stated most recently in the Heritage Committee session on July 8th that we want autonomy at some point in time, may want. We then indicate, yeah, it says right in the one bullet that we may want autonomy. We then indicate in the message part of the proposed community-based strategic plan that we want to enhance ourselves as the hub of the region. I reviewed earlier that the document states that a key action is to work with regional partnerships, and that's a particular goal I'm strongly in agreement with. I wouldn't maybe have a concern with urban node, which is used in the document in one spot. But it appears to me like we're suggesting to our neighbors that we are the epicenter. And I do think the neighbors pay heed to that and have their opinion on that. And I know the examples you talked about and the reasons why their being in Collingwood is a strong point for us. But I can probably throw out a bunch of other examples where Wasaga Beach is bigger than us now. So what's going to happen there? We apparently got into some discussion about separated city during conversations over this whole thing, and I'm definitely not in support of that. I paid particular attention to Mayor Smith's comments last week when they were reviewing the July 8th presentation, and I agree fully with him. I'm very supportive of the county structure and Collingwood remaining part of that. I agree with him that separated cities trying to cherry pick certain services and get the benefit of them is something that I can't support at the county level. So I feel very strongly about this, that hub is the inappropriate term for us to be using. Partner is the right term. So that's why I put the amendment on the table.
Okay, then I will call the vote on that amendment. Oh, yes.
Could I ask, through the chair, could I ask a question?
Yes,
just
absolutely.
a clarification. Is this just related to the introductory message? Because I recall earlier, Deputy Mayor, you had a comment around the goal 1.2, the key action under grow and diversify economy, where it says regional center. So just wanted some clarification as to whether or not a change would apply there as well. That's the actual strategic plan. So just raising that.
Yeah. Deputy Mayor? Okay.
Great. Thank you.
Mayor Hamlin?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that I didn't, in my remarks, think I was addressing anything about amalgamation or other municipalities or governance or any of that, because how could we in this? I mean, we haven't had that discussion. That's not what this is about. So as much as I hear the Deputy Mayor's concerns about that and can appreciate them, this isn't, I just want to emphasize, this is not what this document's about. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, yeah.
From staff in regards to what we were putting forward, because autonomy is mentioned in there, and I was in attendance, and
yeah,
I believe you did use the word autonomy. So and it was part of what the council had approved. So I didn't have a problem with it. I'm just saying that we did say that.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, we'll call the vote on it. Okay, all in favor? And 1, 2, 3, and opposed. Okay, and that does not pass. Thank you. Are there any other questions, comments, proposed amendments? Okay, Councillor Baines, you mentioned other post-secondary institutions. What? Okay. All right. Then let's go back to the original motion, and we'll call the vote on that as amended. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Committee, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
It is 5:30, so we will take a 30-minute break and convene. Actually, to be honest, it's 5:32, so we will reconvene at 6:02. Thank you. Okay, everyone. I'll call us back to order. Just a quick reminder, you know, I love a good repartee as much as the next one, but technically it's 2 comments per person unless there's new information to be provided at committee of the whole. So thanks. Okay, next item on the agenda is 14.2.2, CAO 2024-05, the status report, operational plan 2024 for Q2 status update. And I will turn it over to CAO Skinner.
Thank you very much, Chair. And we're going to make this quicker than we normally do because you've heard this introduction a few times. And you know that we have been setting ourselves up for the whole year of 2024 with the operational plan. It comes out of Council's budget decisions and other directions that you've made over the time before we set the plan, and covers all of our ongoing services delivery. In general, what we do put in the operational plan are any council resolutions, items that we believe are tracking to council for decision, work on a project. That means it has a beginning and an end date. That is, as a rule of thumb, 3 person weeks or more. So we're not going to put every little thing on here because we don't want thousands of things. We just want the ones that are important to us and to you. All of our capital projects, and you won't see anything ongoing, like you won't see go, plow the streets in Collingwood. That's ongoing work. That means that what you're seeing here really is the tip of the iceberg, because there's a heck of a lot of ongoing work. Of course, in our $120 million plus of budget, that there's a lot of ongoing work. And if you can go to the next slide, please. And there's only 3 slides of delivery in this presentation. Even if there is only the tip of the iceberg that is in here, sometimes even that tip is not seen. So I did want, for mostly the benefit of the public and to some extent council, make sure that these things have happened in Q2 of 2024. So that's April, May, and June. The water treatment plant DC bylaw went forward as a priority because, of course, we were looking to fund the water treatment plant, and council was able to move forward with that. We have the wastewater treatment plant, WWTP, digester number 2 roof and mixing system replacement. The design and tender of that was completed. Very important to have a good digester and a roof on the wastewater treatment plant, because one of the things we've been battling with, and I think the team's continually getting better handles on, is how to manage the microbes and the like, such that the odors in the area are as low as possible. We had the development of the binding agreements for the Terminals Point project that council has now had a chance to consider and vote to move forward on, and they're in a period of review. There was a review of the delegation of authority, and that's the delegation of authority from council to staff. And this is a really important one for everyone to be aware of, because of course we couldn't have every decision in the municipality come to the council table, but the ones that are important to you, particularly the policy, strategy, funding, and a number of others, we like it to be clear that those go to council and that other things are left to me and other named staff roles to move forward in an efficient way. Some of them with report backs to council, as you would see when you reviewed and approved the material. We did a service review for our bylaw services division, which led to a few changes that are now being implemented. You saw one of them come through in a bylaw today with the animal licensing changes. There was a successful collective agreement negotiation for wastewater with our union that represents our wastewater workers. We were really happy to finalize a grant-funded work on our greenhouse gas GHG reduction pathway feasibility study. It was done in great detail, and it gave us a lot of information about where we're producing greenhouse gases in our corporate work as a municipality, and information to implement into our go-forward targets and our budgets for council consideration. We did, of course, get the market research survey, our first ever independent survey of the public in Collingwood around their priorities, and which was great input for the strategic plan work that you saw today. And we actually worked on our recruitment enhancement and attraction methodologies. And I'm happy to say that several positions that we actually had to advertise 2 or 3 times, we were much more successful after we did this renewal. So hopefully you'll hear about a couple of new staff in forestry and transit and IT and the like in the coming weeks. Next slide, please. The rest of the presentation is the main part of the presentation. There was a number of key council goals that council is holding us accountable to concentrate on, and particularly me to concentrate on, including that council continues to be well informed about projects, issues, risks. That is ongoing, and these quarterly reports are a part of that, as well as email updates and the like. The water treatment plant, we're very happy that's been awarded and that construction has already started. We have a very important report coming back to council. It is on track to come at the latest in October around interim capacity. So capacity for ourselves and potentially with your agreement, some that could be shared with other municipalities. So that will come back to you with its feasibility, its cost and amounts. The fourth of the 9 is Master Mobility and Transportation Plan. I had just been talking with Chair Doherty about the amount of input we did receive on the strategic plan about transportation and transportation approaches, speeds, and the like in the strategic plan. We know this is an important body of work, and we're happy the consultant has completed the community and stakeholder initial consultations, and they're working through the analysis now. I'm not going to say more about the strategic plan. You had a chance to see where we are tonight, hopefully very close to the end, pending council's final comments and votes at the next meeting. And the downtown visioning master plan is well in flight, and I'm looking forward to council getting their first vision of that just after our August break. We do have the Collingwood Arts sorry, I shouldn't say just after the August break. I'm not sure the exact date that one's coming back, but it is running through its process this fall. So it did to be concluded prior to the end of the year is the current schedule. You also saw the Art Centre Next Steps, Phase 3. You did receive the staff report in July and have given us some direction related to the next steps for some additional work to give you information for final decisions. I mentioned number 7, the bylaw services review. The strategic financial plan is a very important one. You're going to receive the non-core high-level analysis for non-core assets renewal tonight. And the financial strategic plan is anticipated in the fall of this year to put together a lot of information that you've received in various separate updates with Treasurer Quinlan's help. And performance and accountability, that's really looking at making sure that we have performance plans in place for our senior staff and that we're accountable to council. And this is a part of that as well. And the final slide is ongoing. Unless you tell us you don't want this, we will continue to provide a written report with long appendices about where all the projects in flight are, and this hopefully brief update and chance for you to ask questions. So our Q3 status report is scheduled for November 2024. And once we start into 2025, at the year start, we'll finish up the final for Q4 and the final financials, and the year start in 2025 once we incorporate the decisions that you make for the 2025 budget. And with the help of my trusted directors and their actors, I'd be happy to answer any questions, should there be any, Chair.
Thank you very much, CAO. Would there be anyone in the gallery that wishes to address this report? Seeing none, and I understand there's no one online. So I will read in the recommendation and turn it over to committee. and that is that staff report CAO 2024-05, operational plan 2024 Q2 status update be received for information. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Perry, Councillor Potts. Questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that passes unanimously. But you don't get the rest of the night off. Okay, then item 14.2.3. P 2024-21, adopted 2023 Town of Collingwood official plan proposed modifications. And I will turn it over to Director Valentine.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to provide some introductory comments. I have to say that planning services and the other divisions that have supported us along this journey, we're very excited about this staff report because it is one of the final steps before the adopted official plan is advanced to the County of Simcoe Council for their consideration of approval. For the benefit of refreshing our collective memories, and if there's members of the public that are watching the live stream, the Town of Collingwood did adopt our new official plan in December of last year. And within our geography, it's the upper tier government, being the County of Simcoe, that's the current approval authority for new official plans. So what has happened since December 2023? The adopted official plan was forwarded with the municipal record to the county, and that's required by the Planning Act. The county then undertook a final circulation of the document to a variety of stakeholders and received a number of written comments in return. The county also consulted directly with the province and received feedback from some key provincial ministries on the content. Both the county and town staff work collaboratively to review the entire plan again to ensure clarity of the policies and consistency or conformity with the ever-evolving land use planning instruments at the provincial level. So the result of this work is a set of modifications. They're mostly minor or positive in nature that are being proposed tonight to be included in the new official plan prior to the county's decision. I just want to be clear that modifications are not uncommon. That doesn't mean that there was a mistake or that there was an inappropriate decision, but it's really to assist the plan to be in its best possible form prior to consideration of approval. So per the council resolution that was passed when you adopted the official plan, we did want these modifications to come back through committee of the whole. That ensures transparency and additional opportunity for the public to make comment. The report before you was circulated to the courtesy notice list for this project, and that also includes all of the statutory commenting agencies. We do have Senior Planner Wukash all teed up. He's virtual tonight to take you through the proposed modifications. And I also did want to recognize that we have the County of Simcoe Director of Planning here with us today. There, Nathan's giving a wave, great. And he can certainly be called upon if there's any questions. The county staff and the town team have been working in lockstep for the past 4 years since the outset of this project. So thank you, Madam Chair. We can certainly move to the Senior Planner when you're ready.
Thank you very much. Senior Planner Wukash, the floor is yours in a manner of speaking.
Thank you, Chair Doherty, and good afternoon, council, senior staff, and members of the public tuning in today. I'm happy to be here today at another milestone in the process for our new official plan, which will direct growth in Collingwood for the next 30 years and beyond. Next slide, please. So since last December, the province has proposed significant changes to the provincial planning policy and regulatory framework through Bill 185 and a new proposed provincial planning statement that would be paired with the repeal of the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe. These changes do have some fundamental shifts for planning and growth management in the province. And as such, town and county staff have worked together closely to propose modifications to the adopted official plan that will conform to and be consistent with that direction from the province. Additionally, the county circulated the adopted official plan to provincial ministries and other commenting agencies, receiving comments that have also resulted in certain modifications. Certain landowner requests were made and where appropriate have been included in these modifications. And finally, county and town staff have worked on a solution to address a non-decision area that is in effect in the current official plan relating to waste management, D4 assessment areas. Next slide, please. So starting with the provincial direction, the changes to the official plan for consistency are quite numerous, and I'll provide a brief summary of the policy sets that have been amended. The changes are generally grouped into 4 buckets, as you can see on the screen, including housing supply and affordability, employment areas, infrastructure, and process changes. And some brief highlights include supporting housing through gentle density and additional residential units, and reinstatement of definitions of affordable and attainable housing. The province's use it or lose it approach to servicing allocation is also included in the modifications, as well as removal of mandatory pre-consultation while retaining strong encouragement in the policies to engage in a voluntary process for pre-consultation, because there is value in that. I should remind Council that Bill 185 has received royal assent. However, some of the implementing legislative and regulatory tools have not been proclaimed. The proposed provincial planning statement has not been enacted, and the growth plan is yet to be repealed. So the modifications within the track change official plan attached to the staff report have been written to be consistent with that revised provincial planning statement that's not yet in effect. So it really has some timing implications. So if the province has not yet enacted the draft 2024 provincial planning statement at the time of county approval, we just may need to work with the county to apply certain non-decisions or adapt some policies as needed to maintain conformity to the in-force provincial policy and regulatory framework at the time of approval. Next slide, please. So there are also modifications stemming from comments received from various public authorities, including the County of Simcoe, who have reviewed the plan in great depth and provided helpful feedback to refine the plan and ensure conformity with the county official plan, as well as the provincial planning instruments. The review has resulted in refinements to climate change, housing, and waste management policies, as well as some mapping modifications. The MVCA has also asked for text and mapping modifications to clarify that conservation authorities are to be consulted for natural hazard and floodplain limits. And modifications have also been proposed to address Ministry of Transportation of Ontario comments to protect a potential future transportation corridor in the west end of the community, both through text and the addition of a new appendix, which is an excerpt showing recommended roadway improvements and new corridors from their 2015 Highway 26 Needs Assessment Study. So that is the new Appendix 4 in the modified official plan. Finally, the town has been undertaking 2 parallel zoning bylaw amendment initiatives that require modifications to the official plan as well. The first is the Quick Wins housing-focused amendment that Council passed this evening to encourage more additional residential units and permit 4 residential units per property, as well as other ways of supporting housing in the community. The second is aligning the official plan policies on short-term accommodations with the town-initiated licensing program and that proposed zoning bylaw amendment as well, for which there was a public meeting several months ago. Next slide, please. So site-specific amendments that have been adopted by the town and approved by the county include official plan amendment number 46 for Wildwood Creek at 10 Vacation Drive, and official plan amendment number 48 on 6th Street. So those amendments have now been incorporated as modifications. Several properties have also been in the process of amending the environmental protection designation boundaries by providing site-specific environmental impact studies, which were peer-reviewed by the town and relevant conservation authority to justify proposed changes that had been requested. So these properties include 85 Toner Street and 29 Forest Drive. Additionally, modifications include a refinement and correcting of an employment area designation limit that was adopted in December of 2023 for a property known as 401 Raglan Street, which is the All Saints Anglican Church Cemetery. And finally, the modifications include the MZO policy refinement through comments from the landowners' consultants. And we note that the policies remain effective to implement the MZO vision presented in Appendix 2 of the official plan and the associated development agreement that was entered into with Council. Next slide, please. So I mentioned that there is an existing non-decision to the 2004 official plan that remains, and we've worked with county staff to refine that non-decision. So the current non-decision relates to waste disposal sites and D4 assessment areas. And as a quick descriptor of what that it means, the province has a long-standing guideline called the D4 Land Use On or Near Landfills and Dumps guideline, which protects health and safety of residents from potential adverse effects of these type of sites. So this is typically achieved with a buffer around these sites. Typically, a standard D4 assessment area is 500 meters, in which studies have to be completed to permit development, which would encumber some areas of the town surrounding these sites. So in order to reduce or eliminate these assessment areas, additional technical investigation is required in collaboration with the Ministry of Environment, Parks and Conservation. So the proposed non-decision in the official plan has been refined, and it would pertain to whether D4 assessment areas should apply, and if so, what the limits of those D4 assessment areas should be surrounding 5 inactive private or municipal waste management sites. Next slide, please. This slide shows the location of those, and at this scale, it's a bit difficult to see, but on the screen, those sites are identified by a black and green boundary and have a little red asterisk on them that denotes the non-decision would apply to those sites and the potential for D4 assessment areas around them. Next slide, please. So staff confirmed that the proposed modifications outlined in staff report P 2024-21 do continue to conform to and are consistent with the relevant planning instruments noted on this slide. And as mentioned earlier, while staff have made our best efforts to incorporate existing or proposed provincial legislative, regulatory, and policy refinements, there is some uncertainty that remains around how that context may continue to change in the near to midterm. So the result could be further modifications at the county level prior to approval. Next slide, please. So if council endorses the proposed modifications, staff will pass the report and the modified official plan onto the county for approval. We anticipate county council as the approval authority would consider the modifications after their summer break in the fall of 2024. And following their decision, the county would issue notice of decision for which there would be a 20-day appeal period. And just a reminder that no global appeals of the official plan are allowed, but site-specific appeals could occur. So once through the appeal period, we would have ourselves our official plan in place after a very engaged and useful process with the community and hearing from our residents. So that's it for my presentation today. We're happy to answer any questions that you may have as well.
Thank you very much, Senior Planner Wukash. It's a long time coming. We're getting closer to the finish line.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anyone in the gallery that would wish to speak to this report?
Welcome. I'd be remiss to say thank you to Town Council and to town staff for the great collaborative effort that our staff at the County Planning Department have been going through with you folks. It's been truly a great representative example of planning partnership between the upper tier and the lower tier, ultimately arriving at what we believe to be a good and nimble document, as you heard from Senior Planner Wukash, in the midst of some fog of policy unclarity. We're doing our best to navigate those uncharted waters, and we hope to get some clarity in the near future. So with that, again, as Chief Planner for the County of Simcoe, I appreciate all the work that town staff have put into this. It's a great document, and we look forward to bringing it forward to County Council in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, still no one online. So that being the case, I will read in the recommendation and look for a mover and seconder. And that is that report P 2024-21 adopted 2023 Town of Collingwood official plan, proposed modifications dated July 22nd, 2024 be received. And that the County of Simcoe be advised that Council endorses the proposed modifications to the adopted 2023 Town of Collingwood official plan and as outlined in report P 2024-21. Mover and seconder, Councillor Jeffrey, Councillor Houston. Questions or comments? Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Senior Planner Wukash. You seem to indicate, I think, 5 sites of what I assume to be hazardous waste. 3 of them in the downtown, it seemed, one at Terminals Point, et cetera, for which a plan is being developed, I gather, as required by both the ministry and I assume the county as well. But are those all on private land? And if so, is there a remediation cost associated with that? And I'm assuming, would it be the landowner, save and accept Terminals Point, that's responsible for that remediation?
Senior Planner Wukash.
Thank you, Chair Doherty, through to Councillor Baines. So those 5 sites are a mix of ownership. Some of them are privately owned, several are publicly owned. Those 2 or 3 actually being the former sewage lagoon in the West End, Harborview Park, and Millennium Point, which is part of the Terminals Point project. So at this point, there's varying levels of assessment and understanding about what the composition of the waste is and that sort of thing. So ideally, there would be some work that would be done in the future for some of the sites where there's a bit of a lack of information, but we do have some information available on some of the sites. So it's kind of a mixed bag. The short answer is for the sites where we don't have good information, we will likely be seeking that information so that we can eventually have a decision on the non-decision for these 5 sites. But there is more work to be done.
Thank you. So to be continued.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Mair Hamlin.
Yeah, thank you. I confess I haven't had time to read all of this, so I may have more questions next week. But I just had 2 for today. One is the land use map, which is, what do they call that? Land use plan, which is Schedule 2. So it's the second map after the end of the words. I'm interested in one piece of land, which is how can I put this? This is the employment area that's on the east side of town, and the frontage is all prestige industrial, and I'm worried about the piece that's like, if you go along Poplar, there's the Wellness Village, which is great. We know that'll be well done. and then there's the hospital site, God willing, and then there's a purple piece on the other side of Raglan that's not Prestige Industrial. And I'm somewhat worried that we could get uses that aren't befitting that frontage if it wasn't Prestige. And I say that in light of how nice it could be along Poplar. And then there's that piece, and then there's residential and so on. And I'm wondering if staff had turned their mind at all to that being a Prestige Industrial designation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Senior Planner Wukash.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Doherty. That's a very good question. I think the designation on that site reflects kind of current official plan policies, which are more general industrial or industrial park. So there hasn't been a lot of any specific consideration of the designation of that site since the official plan was adopted by council in December. If there is a desire to reconsider that, we can certainly take that under advisement and provide some thought and some recommendations to council in that regard moving forward, if that is the desire of council.
Thank you. And my last question is the very last.
Maybe before you go to the next question, Director Valentine had her card up, so she might be able to elaborate.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And just layering on to the senior planner's comments, I have had the benefit of sitting in on a couple of discussions with the landowner of the site that the mayor is focusing in on. And at this point in time, somewhat reticent, I would say, to move to a prestige employment designation because they are looking for flexibility of the site around the site. But I hear the mayor's point in terms of this is likely a location very proximal to the future health and wellness village, which will have a high bar from a architectural and urban design perspective. And that prestige employment is really intended to have more of that look and feel that is somewhat less industrial and more fitting for surrounding neighborhoods. At the same time, the proponent did indicate that they wish to pursue a site-specific official plan amendment to recognize the uses that they feel would be of most benefit to employment in that area, and would prefer perhaps to be more tailored to that site rather than moving forward with a generic designation. That being said, I do understand the rationale that the mayor is advancing, and certainly it is within council's purview to make that change at this time or through your council decision in a couple weeks' time.
Thank you, Director Valentine. Is that something you want to pursue now or hold until the next?
Maybe I'll talk to the director in between our meetings. Okay. Because I heard what she said about the proponent wanting to site specifically tailor this, which may be fine. But on the other hand, if they sell it and then we get the cement batching plant, so I'll just talk to her and see what might make sense.
Okay. Sounds good.
And then my last question, if I may, is the very last map on the official plan is the one I guess the province has presented to us to include. So I understand it has to be included, but it shows, I guess, essentially the future bypass routes, plus widening of, I guess that, what is that, 26 as you're coming, or I'm not even sure what I'm looking at. So anyway, what I'm hoping for out of this, because I'm presuming that we can't, no changes will be allowed. But I'm wondering if at a future meeting, we could have a presentation, and I guess this is through you, Madam Chair, to Director Valentine, if we could have a presentation on exactly what this is and what this means to our communities in case there's some input we want to have.
Thank you. Dr. Valentine?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We can certainly take that into consideration when opportunities arise of the county, ourselves, and other municipal partners that are impacted by the potential bypass continue to have discussions around refinement of what you can see as a very conceptual route at this point in time, and moving toward a more firm preferred route for the bypass through an environmental assessment. So as those conversations unfold, we'll certainly make it known that this council is interested in further information from the MTO on this front.
Okay, thank you. That's great.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Any other questions or comments? Okay, then, seeing none, I will call the vote on this report. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. All right, up next, item 14.2.4, P 2024-20, the heritage designation of 362 Peel Street. And Director Valentine, are you going to present or introduce?
Just a very quick introduction. Thank you, Madam Chair. This report does implement previous direction from Council, so we haven't put together a large presentation at this point in time, but we do have Senior Planner Teakle, who has a very brief summary of his report and is certainly available virtually to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Senior Planner Teakle.
Thank you. Good evening, committee members. Just a brief overview. So Heritage Committee received the initial owner request to designate 362 Peel Street in April of 2023. Committee of the Whole and Council received a staff report on designation in April this year and directed staff to issue notice of intention to designate for the property and return with the designation bylaw. Notice of intention to designate was given on May 9th, 2024, with a 30-day period during which objections could be filed. The notice period concluded on June 9th with no objections received. Having given notice and received no objections, staff are now returning with the designation bylaw for 362 Peel Street and recommending that it be enacted and passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, are there any comments from anyone in the gallery? Okay, seeing none, I will then read in the recommendation. That report P 2024-20 heritage designation of 362 Peel Street dated July 22nd, 2024 be received, and further that council enacts and passes the bylaw attached as Appendix A to report P 2024-20 to designate the property municipally known as 362 Peel Street as a property of cultural heritage value or interest under Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Mover and seconder, Councillor Perry, Councillor Potts. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you. We are on a roll. Item 14.2.5, P 2024-19, proposed zoning bylaw amendment for 58 St. Paul Street. And that's a proposed 3-unit residential building. And Director Valentine, and I think Senior Planner Teakle is up again.
Quite correct, Madam Chair. This is another report from Senior Planner Teakle. We do have a more comprehensive presentation for you this evening, so we'll pass it directly to him in this case.
Thank you, Director Valentine. Oh, thank you. So good evening again. So this is the presentation regarding report 2024-19, proposed zoning bylaw amendment for 58 St. Paul Street. Next slide, please. So the subject property is located within the Collingwood Downtown Heritage Conservation District, designated under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act. More specifically, the property is located on the west side of St. Paul Street, north of Simcoe Street, and across the street from the Collingwood Museum. The lands are approximately 0.05 hectares in area, with approximately 15 meters of lot frontage on St. Paul Street. An existing single detached dwelling is located on the subject property. Surrounding uses include land zoned downtown core commercial C1 to the north, south, and west. Lands to the west, fronting St. Marie Street, are being used for commercial uses, while lands to the north and south on St. Paul Street are being used for legal non-conforming residential dwellings. To the east is the Collingwood Museum, Zone C1, or the downtown core commercial, and single detached residential dwellings on Callery Crescent are zoned third density residential R3. The property is designated in the town's official plan as downtown core commercial, and it's also within the Pretty River flood fringe. Council approved a heritage permit for demolition of the existing dwelling in August of 2022. Next slide, please. So the subject property is currently zoned downtown core commercial C1, consistent with the adjacent properties. The proposal is to rezone the subject property, 58 St. Paul Street, from downtown core commercial C1 to downtown core commercial exception 12 or C1-12 to permit a residential building consisting of a minimum of 3 dwelling units, as well as to establish site-specific provisions. The proposed site-specific provisions are related to ensuring the following: a maximum of 6 dwelling units, which is consistent with the high-density policies of the official plan, development that is in character with the heritage streetscape, such as setbacks and first floor height, recognizing the specific requirements of a residential use, such as a narrower driveway, landscape open space, and building depth, and lastly, protection of people and property with appropriate floodproofing provisions. Other than the requested site-specific provisions, all other provisions of the C1 zone would continue to apply. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the conceptual site plan and front elevation for the proposed development to provide a visual of the type of development the proposed zoning would permit. The proposed would be a 3-story residential building containing 3 dwelling units located on the property in approximately the same location as the existing dwelling, with the driveway on the north side and parking all in the rear yard. Next slide, please. For further visual reference, this slide shows the conceptual building in the context of the streetscape on the west side of St. Paul. Note that it's generally aligned with the proportions and massing of the heritage building to the south, but the detailed design of the proposed building is still subject to heritage permit review. Next slide, please. So in terms of technical analysis, the proposal was circulated to internal departments as well as external agencies for review and comment. No public comment was received related to the application, either at the public meeting or separately in writing. Council asked one question at the public meeting with respect to whether any of the proposed units would be affordable. The applicant has since confirmed that none of the proposed units will be affordable units, though they will contribute to the provision of additional housing options and supply in a location where intensification is promoted. Planning Services is satisfied that all concerns related to the proposed zoning bylaw have been addressed. Next slide, please. In terms of planning analysis and outcomes, Planning Services is recommending approval of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment, as the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is consistent and conforms with applicable policy and regulatory instruments, contributes to complete communities, supports intensification downtown on a municipally serviced lot, supports growth of the residential population within walking distance of downtown businesses and amenities, conserves cultural heritage, complies with natural heritage policies, and is supported by internal and external review partners. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the planning process for zoning bylaw amendment to date. Items 1 through 8 on the left have been completed. A public meeting was held on July 24th, 2023, and we are now at the staff recommendation to committee stage. Next slide, please. So next steps, pending committee's decision today, the staff report would proceed to the next council meeting on July 29th. And if approved, a notice of decision would be issued and the appeal period would commence. Upon the expiration of the appeal period, the zoning bylaw amendment will come into force and effect. And if there are no appeals are received, there is a potential for a future application for a heritage permit to permit any specific building. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions. I also understand that the planner for the applicant, Kory Chisholm, is also in attendance to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senior Planner Tico. Mr. Chisholm, would you care to add to the presentation?
Thank you, and just like to thank town staff's efforts to date and Mr. Tico's presentation. I don't have anything to add, just here in case there were any questions of clarification. Thanks.
Very good, thank you. Okay, so that leaves no one in the gallery, so I will read in the recommendation and turn it over to committee. The recommendation is that the proposed zoning bylaw amendment for 58 St. Paul Street dated July 22nd, 2024 be received, and that the amending zoning bylaw attached as Appendix A to this report be enacted and passed. Mover and seconder, Councillor Baines, Councillor Ring. Questions or comments? Mayor Hamlin.
I just wanted to say this is exactly the kind of development that I'm sure we're all hoping to see in our downtown. The building that's there now really is, hasn't been used for a long time. It looks ready to fall down. And to get it replaced with a 3-story, 3 units is awesome. So thank you for staff for your hard work on this and for the owner of the property bringing it forward.
Thank you. I would echo your comments for sure. Any other comments? Okay, then I will call the vote on that. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. Okay, and the next item, 14.2.6, is a T 2024-17 non-core asset management plan. And I will turn it over to Treasurer Quinlan. The long-awaited.
Thank you. Sorry, caught me off guard there. I didn't expect that last one to go through so quick. So my apologies. And I can go to next slide, please. So thank you, everyone. And yes, the long-awaited non-core asset management plan is here. We've talked about asset management time and time again. I'm sure you're sick of even hearing the words, but it's just so vital to the municipality and to our residents and to the services that we provide to them. And it's not just in municipalities. Private sector does the same thing as we're doing today, maybe just in a little bit of a different way. The way we rate the profitability is how well we serve our residents, and having these assets in good repair means we can serve our residents and their businesses at a great level. So we have been following this journey for a while. It's been a long journey, but I will share with you a really great quote that comes out of the Ministry of Infrastructure little booklet that they provide us. And it says, asset management planning is part of a strategic planning process that is integrated with budgeting processes and long-term financial planning. Good asset management planning helps municipalities make well-informed and evidence-based decisions about their infrastructure assets. And the little picture that you see on that slide, I love very, very much, because it shows just how critical the asset management plan is, how it relates to the budget process, and how that relates to the long-term financial planning. And then in the center, and we were talking about a strategic plan earlier this afternoon, is the strategic planning of the municipality. So it all sort of coincides. It's a bit chicken and egg sometimes because we don't know where to go. And I think I heard that terminology even when we were talking about the strategic plan, but it's very, very true even in this case. Where do you start? As part of an asset management plan, there are 4 key components. One is getting the asset inventory. The next is the level of service, defining the level of service, like the current, and then developing an asset management strategy, and finally, a financial strategy. Next slide, please. So just as a reminder, Ontario regulation, the numbers don't matter to you, but it's Ontario Regulation 588-17, was passed back in 2018, and it provided that there were 3 phases that were required for asset management planning. And if we don't do these things or put these plans in place, our funding is at risk. If OSIF specifically is very much based on your asset management. It in fact uses the numbers we include in our asset management plans, which makes it vitally important we get it as right as possible to develop what we receive each year. So that's really important. And the federal gas tax, I'll just call it for right now, because I mess up that all the time, also requires us to have an asset management plan. And finally, our development charge background study says you still have to have an asset management plan, even though they don't always correlate. You have to do this. So I guess what the province is trying to tell everybody is, have an asset management plan or we're not going to give you any funds. So it's all good. So phase 1 was for core assets. It was due back in July of 2022, and we passed that back in 2022. And what it required was the current level of service and the life cycle costs for core assets. When we talk about core, roads, bridges, water, wastewater, stormwater, those are the basics that 100% we needed to have those in place back in 2022. The second phase is for all assets, or what the province has defined as non-core as well. And I want to be really careful when we say non-core, because I think people then think, well, we probably don't need it. But non-core means it just doesn't support the underlying infrastructure. So would we, could argue that our fire halls not needed, or fire pumping trucks or engines or things like that? They're all needed. They're just considered at a different level. And I think the province did that, to be honest, and to be fair, to give municipalities the time to take a breath a little bit, because it's a lot. It's a lot of work to get to this level. But at any rate, we're now here. We're at phase 2. We're a wee bit behind by a couple of weeks, but no fear. Nothing's at risk at this point. But we certainly have put in the information we are required to have at this phase. The next phase, which is next year and not due till July of 2025, is the final stage as we know it today. And basically the big change in that is moving to a proposed level of service. The current asset management plans only include our current level of service. It doesn't include different proposals of different levels of service and how those impact our assets, and then of course in turn impact the population. Next slide, please. I won't go through this slide. It basically just breaks down how an asset management plan is pulled together. We start with an asset inventory. We get the data into as refined as possible, which includes what components make up that inventory and also the age and condition of those assets. We determine the replacement value of the assets. We try to have inspections, but we don't always have inspections of every asset type to determine the condition of those assets and where they are at today. We also have what we call our levels of service. There are qualitative. So for our non-core assets, they're more qualitative. A level of service for a park might be the grass is cut, the park is clean, and the playground equipment is safe. Where there's technical ones as well for water and wastewater. Water main one was, how many broken mains you have per year. So that was a technical level of service, but we dealt with that in the core. And then finally, it's the financing strategy, which we're going to talk about a little bit more in detail. Next slide, please. So just as a reminder, and for some of you, this might be the first time you went back and looked at the asset management plan for core assets. But we've talked a lot about what that financing gap is. And when we talk about a financing gap, what it means is we've defined or calculated what the total life cycle costs are required per year. But then we take out the things that we fund already. So you can see on the top part of this table, the original life cycle amount that we determined back in 2022 was $10.1 million. But then we took out the current reserve contributions that we were putting into our budgets each year. And those reserve contributions include the water and wastewater life cycle costs that are included in the rates, along with some tax supported amounts. We also included OSIF funding and federal gas tax. And then there were some funds that we used in our operating budget that were included as well. So all of those things we take away from the 10.1 million to define what that gap was. So back in 2022, that gap was just short of 900,000. We talked a lot about that during budget time and explained how the 900,000 is like a little snowball at the beginning, but as we sort of turn our heads and look away, it just keeps going down the hill and it just keeps accumulating more. So when we turn to today and look at that same information, we inflate what the new costs are, and we also take into consideration the updated special capital levy, what our OSIF funding is, and what our federal gas tax is, and that gap today is now 1.2 million. So it's grown quite significantly, recognizing that we took care of a couple of years worth of financing gap with the annual amount of surplus that we allocated at the end of last year, which was great. And then we had that windfall of the employee future benefits that was redirected from the employee future benefits reserve and allocated to the life cycle reserve. Next slide, please. So what are non-core assets? Parks. That includes playground equipment, parking lots, sports lighting, soccer posts, anything you can think of that's in the myriad of parks we have. Even the shoreline, the comfort stations, the storage areas, all of those things are included in the parks inventory, and was quite a big undertaking. Our IT equipment, all the laptops that we have, the beautiful screens we have in this room, the servers, the whole 9 yards, that's included under the IT. Fleet and equipment would include everything from fire trucks to snow plows to, a pickup truck that might be used. And then equipment such as sidewalk clearers or things like that. We also have our facilities, of course, town hall, the water, well, I'm going to exclude water for right now, the fire hall, the library, all of those things, all of the places we go to conduct our business. We included the downtown parking lots as well, so paid parking lots, parking lots were included in their inventory, but the paid parking lots we included as a separate inventory as well, because they're funded differently. Street lights, transit shelters, and then of course, library assets such as the circulation of materials that they have, the furniture and equipment that's included in the public areas too. Next slide, please. So we got all the inventory, huge undertaking, and I'm going to be very clear that that information will be continually updated. As we get more or as we refine the information even better. A part of the plan will be that we're constantly, and we're putting processes in place so that they do constantly get updated as we acquire new things or we repair new things. The information does get updated in the software. But we did all this work, and essentially we came back to, we have $230 million worth of non-core assets in total replacement costs. So it's a big number. When you look at the number in total, it can be a little bit daunting. And we're, in terms of the replacement costs, how did we define how we get to those numbers? They are numbers that are forecasted, understood by the experts in those areas. In some cases, data has been accumulated from outside sources, current purchasing items, things like that. So all in all, if you look at the total, $230 million. Of that, $174 million is supported by tax, and the other $57 million is supported by user fees. And most notably, I would say parking, water, and wastewater. Next slide, please. So following that inventory, we had to take a look at what the average condition was, just like the book told us we need to, as we talked about at the beginning. So we looked at the condition of each asset class, and you can see in the chart how we arrived at the average condition basis. A lot of it's age. We don't have inspections of every single item. I will say that from a facility standpoint, we had quite a thorough facility condition assessment that Manager Gallant managed, and is very thorough and very detailed. So we have a really, probably the most expensive piece of our information here. We have really great inspection or condition assessments. But for the most part, many are age, and we are hoping to get a little bit better each time and provide real, I don't want to say real, updated assessments as we go forward. So you can see in the next column, the average condition assessment. I would say we're doing pretty good. You'll note that for the most part, our assets are fair to good, if not leaning more to the good side. with the only exception being that there are some parking lots that we need to do some serious rehab and repair to. But overall, assets aren't doing too bad. We've done a good job with keeping up our assets. We also used, and oftentimes municipalities have been doing this, to understand the data maturity level of the information we have. So you'll see in that final column, where we feel the data really is. And it's a bit subjective, I'll be honest. It's my own assessment for the most part, because I work with the data. And overall, again, I would say we're in pretty good shape. We have good data. Our inventory is good. It's not fantastic. And when I say fantastic, meaning it would be like 100% the cleanest thing you ever saw. But it's good. And we've gained a lot of information over the past year. It's a lot of work. It seems like, it could be super simple and, well, we must have this inventory anywhere. But the reality is that the inventory is a bit of a manual process. We're going from park to park, and tagging, not literally, inventorying all the items that are in the park, the retaining walls and the curbs and the chairs and the garbage pails and the swing sets and the slides. And when you consider all of the things that go into a park, it's a lot. And I'm picking on parks a little bit because honestly, it was such a huge undertaking, and Manager Martin was quite successful in getting all of this information together. So it was really great. Next slide, please. So after we pull all of that information, we got the inventory, we got the asset condition of each category. We then take a look at the life cycle cost to maintain each category of assets. And this is based on the level of service we provide or we expect from the asset. And in some cases, regular replacement programs. So in some cases, they may be a little more conservative. But all of this information then leads us to the amount per year that is required in order to support these assets and in turn support the programs and services we provide to our taxpayers. So you can see the amount's a big number. It's $5.4 million or almost $5.5 million. And based on our current budget, the 2024 budget, we generally include about $916,000 in our asset-based programs that are already in our budget. So part of our operating budget. So that offsets the 5.5 million. So really, if we want to talk about what the non-core asset financing gap is, that equates to about 4.6 million. We don't have a lot of access to other grant programs. So with core assets, you saw we had the amount we needed, and then we talked about, well, we get these grants and we have these reserve transfers, and we don't have that same situation with non-core assets. Albeit the federal gas tax in some cases, and even the OSIF or Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund will apply to some of these assets. We have in general applied them to the core because when we look at that base, that is where a meat or a large part of the expense comes from. So we see the life cycle cost of core assets being $11.2 million. When we look at this is half. So we do apply those programs directly to those core assets, recognizing we could always make different decisions. It's just been part of our policy has been to apply those dollars where they're needed in that area. And there are from time to time other grant opportunities, just like there are for core assets, but they're application based. These other programs that we're talking about are sustainable, understanding that they could go away, but they are funding that is regular and annual and that we expect each year. So when I take a look at the 4.6 we just talked about, so I said 5.5 less a million-ish, we have a financing gap of 4.6 million. And then we add to the core assets, which were 1.2 million. That means we have a total financing gap of $5.8 million. And as a reminder, that's annually. That's not just 1 year. That's not just one time. That's every year at this point that's the gap. I think though, when I look at our municipal counterparts, it's a big number. It's a lot. We're not alone. We are certainly not alone. Doesn't mean we can stand around and rest on our laurels and not worry about it, but it does, sort of paint a picture of, there are some, and in fact, I would say we are in the middle of the pack in terms of values. I've seen some that are double or triple. And I mean, we don't even want to talk about the city of Toronto, but from our own counterparts in comparison, we're in the middle of the pack. We're not super high. We're not super low. And we're old. Our town is old. Not all of us. We're not old. We're not old. The town is old. I'll rephrase that. But our infrastructure is old. We incorporated back in, 1858. Some towns, like the town of Wasaga Beach, incorporated in 1974. They're a lot younger than us. They have newer assets. They have a different sort of requirement than we would at this point. So although I don't like to compare ourselves, it's good to understand that we're really just not alone. And we're not anywhere near where they thought we were back in 2014. Back in 2014, the asset management plan said we were a $10 million financing gap. We've refined the data. We've done a lot of work to get here. But, and these are the things that keep me up at night. What we have to recognize, there's always a but, is that every time we accumulate a new asset, every time growth happens here, the first time the asset comes, development charges pay for it. But the next time you have to replace it, now it's back on the taxpayer. So that's why it's so important that when we're looking at our strategic plans, that we're incorporating this in our thoughts. Sure, it's 80 years down the road. We likely won't be here, but we need to set it up for the next generation as well. When we're talking about brand new assets, of course. I think, what keeps me up at night is that, we're continually adding to this number. This number isn't just finite and that's it, and it's never going to change. The other part of it is inflation. Inflation has gone through the roof. I hope things will slow down, but, our water treatment plan is a great example of that. And then, updating the project costs for our DC background study, looking at the wastewater treatment plant, understanding again at this point that expansion will be covered, mostly by development charges, but the next time it won't be. So that's what we always have to keep in our mind. And I mean, at the end of the day, you still have to have the cash or the borrowing capacity to do what you need to do. So we need to make sure that we're, aligned with what our needs are just to maintain what we have and also look at the future. But we know now what, where we're at in terms of what we have today. And, there's going to be ups and downs and there's going to be timing changes. But the reality is that the 5.8 million is truly our financing gap. Next slide, please. We talked about in the report and as part of the core asset management plan that there are options. There are ways to go forward and to slowly build what is required. One of the things that we did this year was increase the special capital levy from 0.75% to 2.5% of the municipal tax levy. That was a great start. That added $600,000 to reserves to help towards asset management for sure. The other thing, that we're going to be talking about as we move into the long-term strategic or the financial plan is debt and how our debt is slowly deteriorating, and that maybe an option could be to start putting away that debt that we used to pay and then, developing a reserve for that as well. So that's, another item. And finally, just simply increasing the reserve transfers that we do each year by small amounts. When you combine all three and you do things in small ways, small things can mean big things in the future if you just slowly ramp that up. So those are sort of the thoughts that are behind the proposal within the document. In terms of next steps, while I wrap this up, we need to integrate the non-core asset information. Now that we've done all the work and got all the information, and it looks super simple when you just look at 3 charts and go, up, it's there, but now we have to write it. And I need to incorporate it into our current asset management plan, include the information, likely update the core asset dollars as we work through the updated plan. But I have to complete that and provide that as well. We do need to review and update the strategic asset management policy. It's expected to be reviewed every 5 years according to our own policy and also under the Ontario regulation. And then finally, we talked about phase 3. The next things we need to do for phase 3 to be able to support this in July of 2025 is work through the proposed levels of service and how it meets or doesn't meet what council would like in the future. Again, that's not till 2025, but just as a heads up, we're hoping to work with a consultant on that piece. So we'll be including a little amount or a request as part of the 2025 budget. Just like the core AMP, the non-core AMP is crucial for the town of Collingwood. It's really very important and critical for us to be sustainable into the future and do what we need to do for our residents and our businesses. And I think that concludes my presentation, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Treasurer Quinlan. And we have no one in the gallery to comment or ask you any questions, and I'm assuming we still have no one online. So I will read in the recommendation and turn it over to committee. That staff report T 2024-17 2024 non-core asset management plan be received for information and discussion, and that staff be directed to incorporate the non-core asset management information substantially in this format to the town's asset management plan. Can I please have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Ring, Councillor Jeffrey. Questions, comments? Councillor Jeffrey?
Just a couple of really quick ones, really. This is some pretty amazing work that's taken a lot of time to put together. And I guess, so now we have a perpetual inventory of almost everything. This becomes a little more easier, at least to monitor. So that's a good thing. In terms of next steps, are there other revenue opportunities from redevelopment of non-core assets that could help us offset that gap?
Oh, good question. I do think, when we look at some of the non-core assets, we've done, I think one of the innovative things that has happened is parking fees, for example, at Sunset Point now does fund our parks program in the sense that our operating budget is offset by the revenues that are claimed through that. It doesn't necessarily go directly to asset management, but it does offset the full levy. I do also think, maybe there is some key levels of service that we could change. We'll dive into that in the next year. That maybe not everything, that we're doing today needs to be continued in the future. Maybe there are some steps back that we can do as a municipality that could save expenses, doesn't increase revenues necessarily. But just off the top of my head, that's what I'm thinking. Obviously, I shouldn't say obviously, but we do go after every grant we can, especially parks. I would say that PRC is very, very motivated in the grants area. They're just really few and far between, unfortunately.
That's great. Thank you. And just for clarification, thank you. No, excellent. I know staff are always thinking of all the ways that we can help ourselves. So then just all we're really voting on tonight is the format in which this is going to take and exist within our asset management plan, and that all other decisions will come through other processes such as budget.
Absolutely. 100%. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair Doherty, through you to the Treasurer. In regard to the OSIF and the gas tax checks, are they tithed or could they be, well, it'd be our decision, towards the AMP itself? Or are we free to use those or spend those under general revenues?
If I may, Madam Chair. So there is eligibility components that you have to meet in order to use the funding. So they don't just go to general revenues. They have to be capital programs that are in line with the eligibility of that funding. So for example, under the federal gas tax, a lot of the road work needs to be to improve rideability, climate, GHG emissions, and of course AMP.
Yeah, so but I would assume as a generality that it's a low percentage that goes to the AMP. It's very difficult to find a funding opportunity that would go directly to the AMP, I suppose is what I'm saying.
We generally use OSIF and federal gas tax. Sorry, I didn't fully understand your question. OSIF and federal gas tax, generally almost 99.9% of the time, all of it goes towards AMP. Oh. So that's why we've used it to actually reduce our core asset financing gap.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, Mayor Hamlin, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I also just wanted to add my thanks. Really, that's really hard work on behalf of, the community that staff's put into this. This is a big job, so thank you. And I'm, now we know, and I'm sort of glad the province has made the municipalities do this because, we don't want to be where Toronto is. No, let me just put it that way. And also, it may be that, now that we know the numbers and every municipality is going to have their numbers, this will be part of the work of AMO and FCM in their efforts to rejig how much money is coming to the municipalities because, it's going to be hard for any municipality to deal with all of this just on the back of the property taxpayers. So anyway, we'll see how all this unfolds, and we'll rely on Councillor Doherty and Councillor Jeffrey to fight the fight at the provincial and federal levels. So thank you.
Indeed. If I may, I'd be remiss to say this is not just me or just the finance group. This is the entire corporation. This is public works and parks and water and wastewater and GIS and IT and library. It's the whole shot. And it's a big team of us that build this. So I'd just be remiss if I didn't share that this is a corporate-wide project.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. And I too want to say, firstly, really appreciate the work. And just as you said, it's corporate wide. It has to be because of the magnitude of what's being looked at. I agree. I do believe that the asset management assessment appears to show us in pretty decent shape, but the reality is just what you said. You may get DCs to help at the initial, but you're paying for it the second time around. There's very little chance, I really think the funding is only going to come for linear infrastructure, unfortunately. But, the comparisons, and I was just going to add that I completely agree with you that the age of the town is a major factor here. And you mentioned Wasagas being younger. In addition to that, and as you know, for years they were receiving much higher funding than we were because of the size, which doesn't make a lot of sense. And it'd be in the order of 50 to 60% compared to us, like getting 33%. So it helped them out an awful lot in those initial years too. In regards to Councillor Jeffrey's question, I was thinking of something that's not noted, I don't think, in the options, but the municipal accommodation tax possible revenue source that we're considering appears to me like when we know that the second part, the other 50% that we should be able to use, these assets a lot of them are assets that the visitors to our community are using. So would there be the ability for some of that to be of assistance?
Treasurer Coomer?
I may, Chair Doherty. To be frank, I don't know exactly. I'd have to look into the municipal accommodation tax. I do know that 50% goes to tourism, and then the 50% I believe is in the town's coffers essentially, and we can do what we would like. But I would have, just to be clear, I would have to look into the act and see what it says.
Chair, one of the reasons I bring it up is because the the operators that we've met with and talked about, they're concerned about what we put the use to. And we maintain that we would put it to uses that have to do with tourism and visitors. So I think that would be something I'd be interested in getting you to look at further. And it came to mind with that question. But as I said, the concern I've got is the potentially 15% impact of about a $6 million annual shortfall, and hopefully trying to determine ways to mitigate that. The other thing, Chair, if I may, one of the things that happened, we talked about investment policy a few meetings ago and agreed to defer it. So when this report came out, and I think it'd be difficult to get into too much detail, but I had shared an email after that meeting of the changes I thought would be possible to put forward. So I was just going to ask today, and this is I couldn't give you a heads up about it because you were off last week, and I was just trying to kind of think of things. Did you get a chance to look at that email and those proposals? If not, then I do plan on talking about them a little bit more at next Monday's meeting, because we're going to have a chance to have this come forward for council's formal approval.
If I may, Chair Doherty. So I have had a chance to look at them. I don't know. I thought maybe we could talk about them and then it would be all of council, I suppose, that rather supports. I didn't think I would include it in the report or the policy yet, and that maybe I could just reply to some of the information. Did you want to go through each of your points maybe?
Not right now.
No. Okay.
Okay, Chair. I was just thinking in preparation for next Monday, because this will be an item on next Monday, right? And we're hoping to get it through. So and the investment policy view as well. So there's that. And then you touched on debt, and to me that was the other aspect of what I wanted to get into a little bit with the 2024 or 23 statements when they were presented. I wanted to do kind of a review of our debt situation and what the possible, because obviously we're going to have to consider some ways of using debt to, as I say, mitigate that overall impact as we try to work through this. So the other area, and I've brought this up before, is stormwater management. And I understand totally that we're working with Hempson right now on the plan. I just can't help but think that at their situation right now, having done the water and wastewater, all the data is there that they would need, I think, and then we have in our core asset management plan all the stormwater data. I think it'd be really useful for us to understand the possibilities from a user fee basis in regards to stormwater management. So my question is that something that Hempson could expand their scope of work, or would you say no, they wouldn't be able to?
If I may, Madam Chair, I think just to be clear, the stormwater information is not fully complete. So there is quite a bit of planning through the stormwater master plan that I think would be required for Hempson to really give us an idea. The water wastewater study, the information, it cost us about $25,000, $30,000 to do what they've done so far, which is essentially come up with new rates. But I think that was on a little bit of the less expensive side, even though it's still expensive, because they've done it before and the information is in full. I think if we ask them to do the stormwater study right now, it might be, not the best use of our resources, just because that stormwater master plan is still in process. I believe the stormwater master plan will be done in 2025. I think second quarter 2025, but I don't have that off the top of my head. And I would certainly provide a response to that. But if we had that information, then I would say the next step is then to say to Hempson or whomever, we'd have to go to public process here. Here's the data. what are some options? And they've done that for other municipalities. And I think at some point prior to my coming, we did a similar exercise just to say, here are some different opportunities of how you can, charge a levy, so to speak, for stormwater. I really feel the best use of resources would be wait for that plan. And I know, there's so many plans, but this one is pretty critical to complete a fully assessed situation in terms of fees. I would lean on Director Slama as well, so we could maybe have a little discussion to say, what do you think about that? But I don't want to put words in her mouth, but I suspect she would agree.
If I can do a follow-up on that particular one, I was just thinking about the fact that your core asset management plan identifies the costs that you know of.
Yeah.
And they're all there and identified on a 10-year plan basis. And I was thinking that data is readily available. I understand totally that the data will probably get updated just the same as you already explained to us that the non-core is going to be updated regularly. So we can leave that for now. This question is, I don't know if you had a chance to look at what I'd sent in on Friday, and I know you had a chance to respond. I haven't even had a chance to look at what you said, but I was trying to put a value to what we are taking in tax, and I think if you read through the email, you would have seen that it appears to me, you mentioned the 916 that's you feel is related to non-core. You mentioned the 376 in the slide that you showed us with the breakdown for core. We know about the special capital levy. So it appears to me like it's about 6% right now in total. Does that make sense?
If I may, Chair Doherty. So what we did, I just did a full calculation, but non-core, you're right, 916,000 is already there. But for core assets, we have 2.2 million that we transfer to the life cycle reserve each year, plus the 988 in the special capital levy. And then we also have that 350,000 that we've got from odds and sods in our operating budget. So really overall, from an asset management standpoint, excluding grants, we're bringing in $4.5 million in terms of tax dollars that go towards it. So if you look at the $40 million we raise in 2024, it's a little better than 10% is going towards asset management, which is a big chunk.
Clarification, because I didn't realize that there was that additional amount that was coming through directly at the reserve level.
Yeah.
Just one final thing would be, you talked about the strategic financial plan, and I couldn't agree more fully. And we know it's such an integral document when we go forward. Is that something that you'll be taking on internally, or do you plan on working with the external auditor or other consultants, or how do you see that process going through?
If I may, Madam Chair, we have a working group internally. The external auditor can provide sort of data, but they can't really provide us with what our policy should be. We, of course, will look at other municipalities and speak to them about that. We will have discussions with them, but yeah, essentially our plan is to build it ourselves, and obviously at the mercy of council to approve, but we're certainly going to bring some options.
Just as a last comment then would be, I hope if you feel that there's a need for it to move quicker and you need that assistance, that you'll entertain that as well when you start to look at, I know you're trying to do it through the course of this year, but I hope that would come forward then for you as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Oh, Mayor Hamlin.
Yeah, I just have one on the storm water management. I think where we are now is Greenland did a phase 1 for us a few years ago and identified where all the hot spots were for problems for water. And now they're involved in what do we do to fix this and so on. And eventually, and I heard you, like they're going to come back and give us a plan and a number. And do you see as part of that like because this is a problem in a lot of communities, and especially with climate change, there's a lot of places that never used to think about stormwater, and now they are. And I'm hoping we're going to see lots of creative ideas other than, and I'm just wondering if these are the kind of things you'll see that they're thinking of, like maybe encouraging permeable pavement in people's driveways. And if we have to give, I don't know, grants or something to get it started, or like, do you think there'll be those kind of opportunities, or have you thought about it at all yet?
If I may, Chair Doherty. Okay, I'll let CEO Skinner probably can answer that way better than I can.
Thank you. Through the chair, I have been involved with this project a bit because it's been one of great interest to me. Yes, we very explicitly set the project up with a couple of points. One is that we get some advice on the potential for user fees or, usage-based approaches. Councillor Jeffrey also, as part of her FCM participation, had highlighted some work that was being done by the cooperators, and we have put a placeholder in the contract such that Greenland can work with some folks who are looking at exactly that, which is innovative ways to potentially, instead of, say, building a municipal asset we'll have to maintain forever, how can we ask the private sector, private businesses, homeowners to do things that would mitigate the same or more peak of runoff by working on private land, for example. And in the the stormwater pricing models, things like having swales on your property, permeable pavement, those kind of things would decrease runoff and thus decrease what someone might pay, or perhaps increase some credit that they might get if, depending on how you look at pricing that.
Okay, that's wonderful. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. If there's nothing further, then I will call the vote on this. All in favor? And that also carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Treasurer Quinlan. And we are on 14.3, which is unregistered deputations. I see no one in the gallery, and there is no one online. So we can move on then to 14.4, which is reports or minutes of other committees and boards. And we have two, the Trails and Active Transportation Advisory Committee from June 13th and the Collingwood Downtown BIA also from June 13th. May I have a mover and a seconder to receive those and recommendations contained therein, of which there are none for these? Councillor Ring, Councillor Perry. Questions or comments? All in favor? And that carries unanimously. Is there any old or deferred business? Yes, Deputy Mayor.
I believe this is old business and not other business, but I wanted to speak just a little bit about the Heritage Committee presentations on July the 8th.
Yeah.
I was only able to circulate the letter that we've received from Sega regarding their position on some of the discussion that took place on July 8th. So I know council will have no time probably to consider it. It will be a consent agenda next Monday for our reference, but I'm actually going to just check with Clerk Thomas to make sure of that, because I would like to pull it at that point in time and have the discussion then. But I believe you mentioned that it actually is available to the public on the website already. Can it still be part of the consent agenda? Perfect. Especially because they talk about the proposals that were put on the table about uploading water and wastewater. I'm going to speak in the same vein that they did, which is I don't support that to the county level. I do believe that we can handle ourselves quite well in that regard. When I was considering the transcript, something that stood out to me was the lack of recognition of Collingwood's ability to do major infrastructural regional initiatives. for many years, and we just mentioned this tonight with EPCOR. And of course, we've got our former and new water agreement with New Tech. And we got transit too. And so that really stood out to me. And I do believe if I think it's probably best, I'll under notice of motion, I'll bring something forward so that it's ready for next week. But I do believe we should be putting some more additional information into the Heritage Committee. There was talk about not supportive of the county system, and we, of course, we said that. But anyway, I wondered as well, and through you, Chair, if I could ask CAO Skinner if this would be okay. Executive Director Peg was able to be there that day, and I know she was taking notes. And would it be possible on next Monday then, if we pulled up with Sega and have a conversation about this, to get just a short summary of her reflection on things? Would that be okay? And through you to the CAO?
Yep. CAO Skinner?
If that was the will of council, certainly we could ask that the staff provide a short summary. I know that both the mayor and the deputy mayor were there for portions of the day as well. So you may also have reflections on what you observed.
Yeah, we could only be there for the first hour. And so Mayor Hamlin only could report on the 8th that I spoke, but we didn't hear all the rest of the presentations. And I think the transcript, I wasn't happy with some of what it read. And so I think as far as a summary from ED Peg, it would just be if there was particular areas that were a concern to staff. And I think it's important staff would be part of that conversation next week if we're going to put something together. And so I wanted to bring that up under old business because it is from last meeting. And then, as I say, I think what I'll do is I'll give notice of motion at the appropriate time, even though I really don't know what the motion is. And I'll just have to work with staff if I'm going to be bringing it forward or not for next Monday.
Yeah, it might even be worthwhile to have a conversation with ED Peg before you draft the notice. Yes. CAO Skinner.
I was able just briefly to talk with Executive Director Peg. I also had a brief conversation or communication in any case with the deputy mayor. He'd given me a heads up about this potential item. She didn't bring up any areas of particular concern. She did say that it was a little surprising that once our mayor got up in front of the room, that the process involved having panels of the speakers answer questions from the provincial committee, which was something that we didn't, I don't think, at least I didn't understand in advance would be happening, the live answering of questions. There is a set of transcripts, so anyone who's interested in everything that happened, those are available to you online, to anyone online.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Mayor Hamlin.
Yeah, I was just going to say, someone, and it may have been, well, anyway, I won't say who I think it is. Someone sent me an email with a link to the transcripts. So I will find that and I will share it with council. So that will be helpful. And secondly, and I'll leave it to the deputy mayor to sort out his motion. But this is a bit awkward in the sense that we did go in camera to receive advice on our strategic position for what we would say. And I know the deputy mayor chose not to go in camera during that session. So I don't know, how this will be facilitated in terms of his view of what we should be saying and our in-camera discussions. But I just wanted to raise that as something we need to think about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to respond to that, the first thing I'd maybe say is just on the Heritage Committee website, there is the transcript area right at the top. So it's pretty simple, just to key in Heritage Committee on Governance, and you'll come up to their website, and so to say Mayor Hamlin having to send a link to everybody. But the other thing, I hadn't considered any reason why I would think that what discussions took place in the in-camera session, and I'm not going to start to get into that because that's a whole other conversation. But I'm not anticipating that would be a hurdle. It's a review of what's being said, and I think that it'd be important to make sure our position's clear.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, CAO Skinner.
I'm sorry, just a logistical comment. Executive Director Peg is now on vacation and will also be on vacation next Monday through the end of next week. So I might have some challenges in getting her to, she wouldn't be able to speak on this Monday coming, but certainly at your will, it could be in a future date.
Thank you. Okay, is there any other business? Okay, we have just the next item, which is notices of motion. Or is this other business? Oh, sorry. I thought you were jumping ahead.
No. Thanks, Chair Doherty. I wanted to bring up, given the conversations that we've been having with the Art Center and stuff, I'd like to get moving on potentially having a steering committee put in place for the MRF coming up, a lot like what we have for the arts, but with the MRF, and have, the town appointed members of the community to work when the joint feasibility comes back, to work with them on that, plus reviewing the needs that we have. I know that there is the Sports Alliance group that kind of formed, and I think the challenges there is a lot of them are volunteers that maybe are presidents of associations that potentially turn over year after year. And so some are trying to kind of keep the wheels going, and some are having a hard time, putting things together. So I was going to do a notice of motion tonight or have something ready for next meeting, but I think it would be the time now so that we are prepared for when we do get that study to come back, that we can kind of keep the ball rolling. So that's what I have for now.
Okay, so we'll look for another notice on that. I'm gonna just ask though, Director Cubitt, what is the timing for the report on the MRF?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The expectation is that we will return in December of this year. Okay. With the report.
Thank you. CAO Skinner.
I was hoping that Director Cubitt would also talk about the potential for a steering committee. I don't believe there is a steering committee set up as during this portion of the project at this time.
That's correct. Through you to the committee. A steering committee is not part of this phase's scope. The expectation is this, the data collected at this point is just that we're data collection and fact finding, community engagement, and then based on the outcomes of this report, what we do next steps may require a steering committee. But again, we don't want to presuppose any outcomes.
Okay, thank you. So we will stay tuned. Councillor Ring.
Thank you very much, Chair Doherty. Just a question, and it can be answered, maybe it can't at this point, but for the procedural process of moving forward with this, Director Cubitt has just mentioned that it be December or whatever. I'm not worried about the time frame, but I am worried about, have we tied our hands at setting up a steering committee for the municipality of Collingwood, or is this going to be joint all the way through? I guess through you to Director Cubitt.
Okay, Director Cubitt, can you give us an answer to that question?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. If I'm understanding the question, we are our commitment to doing this regional study is that it's for the study, and come the end of the study, then we will return back and look at next steps. We are not committed to anything following that, let alone from a regional perspective. That would be up to council to decide based on what steps look like, how you want to approach that. Does that answer the question?
Follow up?
Kind of, but other than, so the report we're expecting from this first step is going to be what's recommended for Collingwood or what's recommended for the town of Blue Mountain. It's going to be a study of a regional MRF, is it not? No?
Well, I'll let Director Cubitt answer that.
Sure, through you, Madam Chair. The report is expected to share with us what the needs are of our region for longer term recreational facilities, and give us an idea of what the most feasible approaches would be. And that may be something jointly created, maintained, operated as a region, or maybe we're looking at separate facilities. Maybe we're looking at repurposing existing facilities. All of that remains to be seen. And that's the sort of data that we're looking to collect and learn as a result of this stage.
Thank you. Follow up?
Oh, that's fine.
Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when the consultant was here at the last time when they did the report to us, an update, we clarified with them very specifically that council's direction was that they were doing the feasibility jointly, but there was no anticipation of a joint project or a joint initiatives. They may perhaps bring it in theirs, but I'm expecting what Councillor Ring referred to is recommendations for Collingwood, recommendations for Town of Blue Mountain, next steps for each. Mm-hmm. And we'll have an understanding of what their needs are and an understanding of what our needs are. And the consultant was very clear that they were readjusting to address that misstatement in their presentation.
Yeah, and that's what I understood as well. But Director Cubitt, maybe you could just confirm.
I could certainly clarify that with the consultants, but it is my understanding that based on the work that is accomplished, what is best for Collingwood may be proposed by the consultants to be something jointly considered. But again, I think that is the goal of the assessment. It's to find those things out and direct us to what may be the most feasible approach to accomplish what Collingwood needs, and then also what the town of Blue Mountains needs.
Councillor Jeffrey, does that satisfy?
For now, we'll see what comes. I can't stop what they've done.
Okay.
I mean, it's not that we haven't been clear. Council's been really clear throughout this entire process what we were looking for. So yeah, I hope we get what we were looking for.
Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Chair Doherty. So I still will be doing a notice of motion for the establishment of a steering committee, and I'll word it. And if it doesn't correctly word out when that time comes, I can work with the clerk to ensure that it's correct for the next meeting. All right, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Potts. Any other business? Okay, then 14.7 is notice of motion, and Councillor Potts, you have one.
Thank you again, Chair Doherty. So this one here is in regards to the follow-up from the Keep Collingwood Clean deputation. Recommendation, whereas the Keep Collingwood Clean Citizens Group provided a deputation to Council on June 17th, 2024, and requested consideration of a number of community initiatives. Be it resolved that Council directs staff to work with representatives of the Keep Collingwood Clean Group, Citizen Group, and BIA as appropriate to propose initiatives in the 2025 budget for Council's consideration, including installing cigarette receptacles where permitted, and increased signage and education for no smoking in designated public places in accordance with the Smoke-Free Ontario Act and in particular around the Enviro Park at Sunset Point Park and Central Park. And that council supports staff in strengthening construction management plans to ensure that developers are accountable for maintaining a construction site where litter is contained and disposed of appropriately, subject to the satisfaction of the municipal solicitor, and that within normal communications with the business community, that they are encouraged to keep Collingwood clean and to minimize litter. And that council petition the appropriate orders of government to advocate for stronger rules and or tools to encourage businesses to eliminate single-use takeaways, as well as explore options to encourage the return and recycling of disposable vapes and vape cartridges.
Thank you very much, Councillor Potts, and we will look forward to discussing that on next week, the 29th, July 29th. And that, Deputy Mayor.
I'm assuming I need to make statement that I intend on bringing a motion forward in regards to response and regarding the presentations on July 8th to the Heritage Committee. But I don't have the word.
Okay, so we will look forward to receiving a notice of motion.
I guess the difficulty will be it's just a week to the meeting and not the usual 2 weeks. So I'll have to get on that pretty quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, then if there, Councillor Potts.
And just the notice of motion, and again, maybe a bit of wordsmithing, but the council requests that staff establish a multi-use recreational facility or MRF steering committee made up of individuals from the community to work collaboratively with the consultant on both the joint feasibility study and future needs for Collingwood.
Thank you, Councillor Potts. Okay, so item 14.8 is to rise from committee of the whole. And I have a mover and a seconder. Councillor Perry, Councillor Houston, all in favor. Okay, and I will turn it back over to the mayor.
Thank you. I have a recommendation for a motion that bylaw number 2024-058, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the regular meeting of council held July 22, 2024, be enacted and passed this 22nd day of July 2024. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Potts, Councillor Houston, thank you. All those in favor? That's unanimous, thank you. And oh my goodness, that's okay. It's a tie, but it looks like Councillor Potts is being given the winning ticket. So we have a motion to adjourn. All those in favor? Thank you so much, everybody.